Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Postgame Huddle brought to you by BuckeyeHuddle.com. I'm Mark Givler. Got Devin Radcliffe with me here tonight. Ohio State comes up short, 32-31. Wow, a lot to unpack here, Devin. I don't really know where to start, except for I guess we'll start with that last drive. Where was the clock management? I mean, this was kind of the whole reason Ryan Day gave up play calling, was to be more present in these types of situations. They had a couple of plays that just can't happen. Some were on the quarterback, some were on Day, some were on both. Howard falls down on like the first play of the drive. You let like 30 seconds come off the clock there. No urgency on that one. You had a couple of plays on the middle of the field earlier where you're letting 20 seconds come off the clock. Obviously, you've got the whatever that was on the penalty where no one seemed to realize the clock was going to start. I mean, just Devin, can you believe just the mismanagement of the clock there on that final drive?
Yeah, no, that's obviously something you don't want to see, especially given the circumstances. You know, with the offseason and handing play calling over to Chip Kelly, Coach Kelly. That's the type of thing you would like to see, need to see your head coach be on top of when his role has become that of the game management CEO. That's the type of stuff he really should be preparing for. All those scenarios, really. What are you going to do in each of those scenarios? Obviously, you got Howard slipping and falling. You got to work. You got to work the ball down the field. You got to. I will say this, and I'll put some optimistic spin on here. You got to give credit for Ohio State to getting down the field in that circumstance in the first place. But nevertheless, you got to be on top of those situations. You got to know, hey, the clock's going to start. I need a timeout. I got one left. That's the stuff you're supposed to be all over when your role has become, I'm the one that's going to run the game and not run the offense anymore. So that is definitely something you're going to have to take a hard look in the mirror in as a head coach of the football team.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's going to stick with everyone, I think, is going to be the offensive pass interference call, first of all. And then secondly, just the response to that by Ohio State. I mean, there's just no excuse for that. There's no excuse to not realize the clock's running. You've got a long time now head coach. You've got a fifth year senior, is fifth or sixth year of college football, and Will Howard. And between the two of them and with headset communication now, nobody seemed to be on the same page there at the end of the game as far as that the clock was going to start. I mean, I just it's stunning. This was not a freshman quarterback. This was not a first-year head coach. Like, too much experience there on that field, on that sideline, to allow that to happen, regardless of how you feel about the offensive PI call.
No, that's exactly right. This goes back to stuff you need to be aware of, the scenarios you need to be prepared for, especially going into a game, any game really, but especially in a game like this that it could come down to, and very well did in this case, a single play or game to the finish there. You heard Coach Day talk about it, in the mid-quarter interviews where, he wanted to be in the game in the fourth quarter and have a chance to pull it out at the end. Well, were you prepared to do everything do everything you could do to prepare to pull it out at the end? And again, that's something you have to take a long, hard look at to see if you did everything you could to be prepared for those circumstances there at the end of the ball game.
In another, before I even get into the defense, did that not remind you a lot of the Georgia game in terms of how the game ended, in terms of, oh, they're down. Oh, well, they're gonna have a very reasonable field goal attempt here, and then 3 plays later, oh no, they're not. There were shades of Georgia there in terms of just getting inside the 30. I think Abuka got him like the 29, 28, and then you think, oh, okay, well, if they can just get 5 or 10 more yards from here, they're in a pretty good shape, especially after Fielding made the 40-ish yarder earlier in the quarter, which was a clutch kick. And it just, you can't keep making the same issue, the same mistakes over and over. It's like, it's not like finding new ways to lose. It's kind of finding the same ways to lose. There's just a pattern here with how they're losing games. And one of them is this kind of late game situational stuff on offense. The other thing is, I thought, again, the defense, not enough from the defense. Devin, you're a defensive guy. Am I too critical here? I don't think I am. I thought the defense was bad.
I was going to say, I think your comparison of the Georgia game is spot on. And I had shared that same thought there towards the end of the ball game. It's almost like, let me touch on the late game management there, if you will. It's almost like, and again, I'm kind of describing a feeling here, so not using hard data. It's almost like they need to forget they have a field goal kicker in those circumstances and just say, go ahead, we're going to let it rip down the field and go score a touchdown. It's almost like, again, this is a feeling thing. It's almost like they don't know how to play for a field goal. To your point, they'd be better off. Let's just go ahead and rip it towards the end zone. We've got all these good receivers. We're better off throwing it up to one of them and see if something can happen instead of, playing the can our kicker make a 49-yarder to walk off style of play there. And to your point about defense, I think that's something that is going to be talked a lot about this week and throughout the rest of the season here. It has been talked about this season so far. Is it really seemed like, and you got to give a hat tip to Oregon and their coaching staff for their game plan, is they took a deep dive into what Ohio State's been doing defensively, and it seemed like Coach Stein for Oregon was a step ahead of Coach Knowles a lot of the ball game there. It seemed like you can go to that walk-off touchdown run for Oregon's quarterback Gabriel when he pulled it, or the RPO on fourth and short. He knew that he had answers for what Jim Knowles likes to do, and was able to exploit those. He saw new DNs like to crash, had the quarterback pull it. He knows he likes man-to-man. Those circumstances, had the RPO get loose. So again, it really did seem like he was a step ahead all game schematically and had answers for questions that Knowles hadn't asked yet. Another thing that I think deserves some conversation and some level of scrutiny is, I haven't seen the statistics yet. I don't know if they're out yet, but did Ohio State have a sack in this ball game? Off the top of my head, I don't recall one. I think the closest one I could think of. Go ahead, sir.
I don't know if Curry got credit for a sack on that play. I think we're thinking of the same play.
Yes, sir. I think
Styles came off the edge and Gabriel ran around like a chicken with his head cut off for a few seconds, and Curry eventually tracked him down. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it seems like we got to, Ohio State's still struggling to find that balance between coverage and rush, and where's that sweet spot. We saw a lot of man type defense tonight, and the pressure was unable to affect the quarterback to the point that it was advantageous to the coverage. Conversely, when they would drop back and try to play some zone coverage, Oregon's wide receivers, quarterback were able to find the soft spots in the zone and pick up some chunk plays. And again, Coach Knowles likes to talk about coverage and rush working together. It just seems like they can't find the sweet spot of how we're going to put this whole thing together. They brought up a bunch during the broadcast tonight that they did not. The announcers did that. It didn't seem like Coach Knowles was calling a lot of blitzes. He called some change up and rushers, if you will. Brought Styles a time or two. I recall one of the plays, Jordan Hancock on a blitz. I saw Caleb Downs on a pressure, but did not really see an all-out, hey, we're going to go get the quarterback, to compare to the 2022 defense variation of, hey, we're just going to overwhelm you and bring more than you can block type pressure. And again, that's going to be something I have to take a long, hard look at is, hey, we are negative play creating deficient for some reason or another. How are we able to create those negative plays to knock offenses off schedule? they still got some ball games left to play. Fortunately for them, they got a bye week coming up, and they got the opportunity to take a look at these things. But it's definitely something for the second half of the season. They're going to have to evaluate and figure out, hey, how can we if we really make a run of this things, we're going to have to, the defense is going to have to be able to put them, make some plays basically to oversimplify it. You have to make some plays in the ball game, especially in these big games like we saw tonight.
Yeah, I mean, my two things coming into the game and why I thought Ohio State would be able to pull out a close one was the improvement of the offense in the red zone in terms of touchdown percentage, which held up pretty well tonight. I think they were either 100% or I don't know if they technically got into the red zone on Fielding's kick in the fourth. I don't even know if they technically got in the red zone on that. So they may have been 100% on that. So part one was good. The other part was that this defense had been turning teams over. And they were not creating splash plays tonight. Weren't creating turnovers, weren't creating a lot of negative plays. This is just a pattern now on defense. It's a pattern on defense, and yeah, the clock management at the end of the game was brutal. Again, Howard falling down and 30 seconds coming off the clock, and they had a play in the middle of the field, right around midfield, where they let like 25 seconds come off the clock for like a few yard gain. It was like, get up on the ball. And then of course, Howard at the end of the game, you got to have a clock in your head there, right? I mean, it's tough because if you throw the ball away or you just, you get a yard and get down immediately and call your timeout, it's 50, between 50, 55 yards at that point. That's better than zeros on the clock though. I mean, I'm just not sure. There's so much blame to go around here for that. I'm just not sure. Like, I want to say it's the defense, but then I want to say, well, you did all these things. I thought, I feel bad for Will Howard in the sense that I thought for 58 minutes, he played almost the perfect game they needed him to play. He was clean. He didn't take a lot of dumb risks. He was efficient. There were very few things you would have pointed to the first 58 minutes of that game on Will Howard, other than the dropped shotgun snap there on third down on one of their, I think it was a third quarter drive, like a late third quarter drive. But just the snowball effect of things in the final minute and a half, but of just the wasted time. And, I sat there and I was talking to kind of myself, and I was like, when's the last time an Ohio State kicker has made a significant like a not like a 30-yarder. I think they've had a couple of chip shot game winners over the years, but like, when's the last time like an Ohio State kicker's like just drilled like a 45-yard field goal to win a game? And so that was going through my head. I'm like, has it been all the way back to Mike Nugent? Has it been that long? And so I'm like questioning, like, how aggressive do you need to be here? You feel like you kind of might need to get 6. And you just have these constant miscues that took you out, in my opinion, of their realistic ability to create a touchdown by the seconds they let waste off the clock on a couple of those instances. And then again, to have a guy like Howard, who's started a million games, not have a clock in his head there at the end. I just, I don't know. It's hard. It's kind of hard to process all of that. Just the 4 or 5 different plays there at the end. And I'll even go in a different direction. The middle of the field's so wide open, and I'd like to have another look at the replay. I obviously can't do that while we're doing this, but it certainly didn't look like there was a check down in the middle of the field on that last play. Should there have been, given that if you can just get 5 or 6 yards there, you're 50, you're 48 to 50. Is that a great opportunity? I wouldn't say it's a great opportunity, but it's an opportunity to kick the field goal. The middle of the field was wide open and they had a timeout. I'm just curious why they felt those last couple plays, they felt so hell-bent on going outside the hash marks. And it's like, you have a timeout left. Like, why wasn't the middle of the field utilized there at all?
I'm gonna take a step back and discuss your mental, emotional status right now. I've been coaching ball for 20 years or something like that already. And, something my coaching buddies and I always talk about, I've experienced these games from the sideline over my career. And, sometime, one of the sayings we have in coaching, my buddies and I coaching buddies and I talk about is, so, when games like this, you almost just assume lose by 50. Because you can just say, well, that was terrible. Make sure you clean up the locker room, and we'll see you all on Monday or whenever you're getting back together. Because there's really nothing you can say after the game other than, that we just got our teeth kicked in. That's going to be the hardest part about this game is this is a game where it literally came down to 15 seconds or a play here or a play there, or if only he would have done this or Timmy would have done that, we would have won the ball game. And this game was full of them. And to be fair, on the other side of the 50-yard line there, Oregon, they could have been saying the same thing if one more play had gone against them. I mean, that's the type of ball game you wanted. And I think if you want to take a step back and be a college football fan, it was number 2 versus number 3 ball game. What more do you want from a ball game? Big picture wise, this is what people want to see. And it really was a kind of an insta classic type ball game. Unfortunately for Ohio State fans, and it didn't go their way, but very well could see this game in this new Big Ten playoff, era of college football that we could be seeing these guys play 2 more times this year. Who knows?
Ryan Day at the podium.
WCMH. Ryan, your thoughts on the 20 seconds that you guys got?
Well, we did a great job of getting down the field and continue to fight. But, on the one play there, DB's grabbing on Jeremiah. Jeremiah's fighting there, and they call the flag there, and that cost us. But it shouldn't come down to one play. And you said that before. And, we want to leave no doubt. And I felt like we should have done that tonight. We did not. And so then, you put it in the hands of a call, and you don't get it, and that's on us. It should never come down to that situation. We had too many X plays tonight. We turned the ball over in the first half, and it cost us. And so we got to do a better job of handling those situations and playing better overall. Just too many explosive plays on a defensive side.
Folks, if we can be loud with our questions, Bill Rabinowitz, Columbus Dispatch. Ryan, your defense has been really good this year. Honestly, Oregon is over. What do you think went wrong?
Well, we're going to have to obviously go back and figure out what the common theme was, but there's a few things that we could probably point to. I mean, there was some long throws down the field where they got behind us, and and there was some runs that split that weren't fit correctly, and so there was more than just one thing. There was a missed tackle on the pull there that Gabriel pulled, and that was a big play in the game. So I don't think it was just one thing, but we got to play better.
Stefan Grashnik, Cleveland.com.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, we hammer it home. We drill the heck out of it, and we talk about take care of the football, and to have the ball, turn the ball over right there and give it to them in plus territory. That was a huge play in the game. And then we worked hard this week actually on returning the ball after a penalty on the 50-yard line. We knew they were going to do something like that, and they hit it right into Caleb, and so that was well designed by them, but that hurt. But we kept getting in there, and after all that, it was they were winning by 1 at halftime, so we felt like we'd come out and play if we just got lined up and communicated well and fit the runs better and kind of went back and forth, but couldn't quite get the stops we needed them to, and couldn't finish it. And again, we talk about leaving no doubt and not coming down to one play, and that's what happened in this game. And so we can sit here and look at one play here, one play there, or complain about a call, but we're not going to do that. We're going to own it, and we've got to get it fixed.
Rob Aller, Columbus Dispatch.
Yeah, Ryan, you said they hit you deep on some basketball.
Yeah.
You guys didn't get deep. That's been a little bit of a theme. And some communication
I mean, we got to look at it all. I mean, the ball got by us twice like that over the top, and something that we preach a lot is X plays and keeping it in front and making them work the ball down the field, and it didn't happen in this game. So it starts with coaching, and we got to coach it better, demand it better, and drill it better in practice.
Matt Murphy, 24/7 Sports. Right. You guys had an off week now. What is the message? What is the plan for that?
No, address the issues. I say it all the time. The issues are there, and those issues came up in this game, and we got to get those things fixed. So we're gonna have to sit on this thing for a week and get them addressed. And the injury to Josh Simmons hurt. That was and Zen did a good job of coming in and competing, and Tegra went down a little bit there, and so Austin had to go in. So I thought those guys competed. I have to get the update on Simmons, but it doesn't look great in terms of him being able to come back this season. So that's a big hit for us. But I thought those guys came in and competed in the game. So we'll have to get all that identified, figure out exactly what happened to Will Kazmarek, and go back to work next week.
Austin Lord, the podcast. What's your outlook back on offensive line?
I don't know. You hate to point fingers, and so I'm not going to do that. I mean, this was a team loss, and the offense had a chance to go in and finish it off at the end, and it didn't happen. And I mean, I felt like we were in field goal range there, and we wanted to keep adding to the field goal, because if you do, every time you add 5 yards, it increases it. And you take a brutal penalty like that pushes you back. It's heartbreaking, but that's football. And so the offense had a chance to go win the game at the end.
Team May, let me go. Yeah, Brian, what did you tell the team after there will be another day? And then number two, the noise here is real, right? I mean, how do you think you guys handle it?
I mean, when you go on the road, you're going to play in great environments. This was a good environment tonight, and we had a couple penalties in there. Some of the young guys, some false starts there that hurt, and that's ultimately things that we can't accept. We got to do a better job of that. But I thought guys kept fighting and they kept swinging, and even down to the 1 yard line at the end, I thought the defense got a big stop there to give the offense a chance with 147. If they score that touchdown, it's a 2-score game. Game's pretty much in hand there. So defense did get a stop there to give the offense a chance, and that's when it comes down to offense, defense, stats, all that. What's the number one thing? The number one thing is to win the game, and it didn't happen tonight. But in terms of message with the team, yeah, it's halfway through the season. Someone's going to hurt. Does hurt. Should have won the game. Give Oregon credit; they played well, but just too many things that we could have done better in this game that we didn't. And so, got a lot of football ahead of us, and we got to get those things fixed.
Last question, Cameron T. Robinson, The Athletic.
Right, you mentioned on Tuesday, you learned a lot about players like Howard in the game environment. I was extremely with the end, yet across that. Otherwise, been a great way to learn about Bill from this game.
Yeah, he's tough. He competed all the way to the end. I give him credit, and I mean, he was fighting all the way to the end. We were trying to get 3 guys into the boundary on the last play to get that ball completed. And somebody flashed in his face, and he scrambled, and he'll be hard on himself. But he was competing all the way to the end. Made some big time throws to give us a chance to be in field goal range, and threw a good ball to the one to Jeremiah, and then they said there was contact with Jeremiah, and then the next play, on the wheel to Emeka, there was contact there. But again, we're not going to go back and look at those things. It doesn't matter at this point. I mean, it shouldn't have come down to that, but I do like the way Will played. I thought he competed. I thought he was tough in the game.
Great, Coach. Thank you very much. If Coach Knowles is out there, gentlemen, Tom or Doug, I'll take him. Yep. Dylan Davis still represent.
Got to do a better job coaching. I mean, that's it. That's the bottom line. I mean, we didn't make enough plays. I didn't think we were outstanding in any area. Felt like we were always behind, and it was uncharacteristic, and we got to learn from it. We got to practice better. We got to coach better. We certainly, our players are certainly good enough to win that game, and we talked about winning it on defense, and we didn't get the job done.
Andy Backstrom, 11 row.
Yeah, dude, you guys are great at limiting explosives your last 2 seasons. What was different?
We didn't execute. I mean, that's coach speak, but I mean, we didn't execute. We're doing the same things, but when you play a better opponent, you got to raise your level, of our game. And I just felt like, our guys, we just need to coach them better. We need to get them in better positions, focus on the details, make sure that this loss doesn't beat us twice, fix the problems, coach harder, work harder.
Joey Kaufman, Columbus Dispatch.
Did it challenging to get pressure sacks from Gabriel?
He does a good job of stepping up in the pocket. We knew that he's a really good quarterback, and what we had didn't work, so we certainly need to evaluate that whole process and plan.
Rob Aller, Columbus Dispatch.
Jim, you alluded to this, the competition ways. I know in practice you see a lot of talent, but it's different in the game. You think that maybe contributed to like the Denzel struggle a little bit, the secondary struggle, guys
It's my job to create that in practice. I mean, that's players that we have are always going to play to the level of their training. So that comes back to me in coaching, but yeah, we got to find a way to ramp up that competition to simulate those situations in a better way.
And final question, Tim Bay, 11 row.
Yeah, Jim, just to the vet show, what would be your message right now to Denzel work? He had a little tough night, especially in the second quarter. I mean, what you got counseling on? I mean, what would be your counsel?
I would just tell him he's a great player and that we love him, and he knows, and they all know, all the bad plays go on me. So me, the whole defense, we need to learn from it, and we're going to get more chances. So we got to take that away, and we got to find a way to get better.
Okay, Coach, thank you very much.
Opportunity to be able to create a big run, and Jordan was a beast, and I'm really proud.
It's possible. Put in words how excited you are right now, how rewarding this feeling is after all the work.
It's so hard about football. This game is such an emotional game. It's such an impactful game, and in moments like this, you want to be filled with complete joy. The relief is one of the biggest feelings you feel, right? Because of how hard your guys worked, how bad they wanted it, but it's never about the team that wants it the most. It's never about the team that just has great emotion. It's about the team that executes. So, I'm filled with great excitement. I'm really proud of our guys, but I'm also really excited to, figure out what we can go attack and improve, because the team we are today, October 12th, is not going to be the same team we are in December.
Dan, earlier in the week, we talked about putting safeties in conflict, how they maybe hadn't seen very much of that on Dylan's touchdown run. That was putting a safety in conflict against him with tight end to the outside. Just walk me through the call and when you see it up early.
Yeah, unbelievable decision there by Dylan. You hope that you give an opportunity for your players to see every look that they could possibly see within the week, but it's just not reality. So I don't know how many times Dylan actually got to see that exact look, of a tight crash, from the edge. But he did an unbelievable job pulling the ball there in that moment. And then again, if you look at that play, you're going to see guys with bodies on bodies down the field, blocking their tail off for him so he can create a big play.
On the left, Eric, second row.
Talk us through that last offensive possession, kind of when did it become get the field goal, get the points, and just kind of what was the process there?
Yeah, we were trying to score a touchdown the whole time, right? But we knew it was an advantage to keep the clock running, so they'd have to utilize their timeouts and wouldn't have too many opportunities left there at the end. We felt like they could really come out with a lot of options if they had all three timeouts there at the end. So we were trying to score. We were trying to score on the last play there, on that third down play at the goal line, and they were able to get a great stop. So we kicked the field goal and said, let's play defense.
Back left, Matt.
That hurt us, injury this week. And then the penalty on the touchdown that they scored, and then kicking from the 50, didn't get that possession back. And you can't do that against a good team. You need to stay in a flow and play. I thought when we came out at the beginning of the second half and drove the field, scored, we were kind of back in a rhythm, and I thought we would stay in that. But I got to do a better job on third down, like putting them in positions where they can make plays. So, but I thought our guys battled.
Spencer Holbrook, Letterman row. Chip, you guys ran the football really well first half. What did you think changed in the second half?
Yeah, and I got to look at the film, but we didn't execute as well as we did in the first half. You're 100% right on that. And we had a couple different lineup changes in there. Had to deal with some injuries in kind of terms of where we are. But I can't tell you exactly till I look at the film. But you're right in that.
Cameron T. Robinson, the athletic.
Yeah, we were trying to get the ball. You needed about 10 or 11 yards. I can't tell you exactly where it was spotted, but to get us into field goal range. And we were trying to get a layered route, but we couldn't. They did a good job of getting off of it. And then Will made a decision, and he said it. He thought he was going down. He knew what he was doing. He's sharp. He thought he went down with time on the clock, and then once you give yourself up, you're down. I couldn't tell with the clock, and we again, I think with like the third down situations, I got to put him in better situations.
Tim May, Letterman row.
Yeah, Chip, that last drive, did you got to get what you wanted up until it ran out of you? I mean, the jerk out swing, that's the first penalty was huge. Did you feel pretty good?
Yeah, we knew the spot on the field that we had to get to, where we felt like the percentages for the kick were good, and we were in that, especially with that big catch by Meck on the sideline, and then you take if the JJ catch counts, then you're inside chip shot area, and again, just like the questions about the run game, I haven't seen the film on that, and I wasn't looking for a replay. If they make the call, they make the call. So, you got to try to put yourself in a situation. You got to try to, what is the next snap and what are we going to do, to try to get ourselves back into field goal range. So.
You don't have time to feel any emotion right there.
No, if you see the penalty, it's not. You're not going to talk to them to not call it. You know what I mean? It's not a reviewable play, so you got to just, what's the next situation? Where are we? What's the down and distance? Where are we? And then how many yards do we need to get ourselves into legitimate field goal range? And that's what we were trying to get accomplished.
And last question, Rob Aller, Columbus Dispatch.
Your team ball game, they gassed you guys.
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on how the defense is defending your guys. I think in a lot of situations they were double on JJs in a lot of corners. That's why we hit G. Scott down the middle a couple times, got Meck down the middle a couple times. I know they were very conscious of trying to take away the outside receivers. At least that's what it seemed like. If they're going to do that, you can't. Will's sharp enough not to force that. And then we got to take what they're giving us inside. So if you're going to double outside, then someone's free inside. And, that big pass to G down the middle of the field, I think was a really good decision by Will. And I think we hit Meck a few times down the middle of the field. We had a coming out, was a real situation. They went man on us and we're overplaying it. Meck did a great job of breaking back inside, and Will hit him in that situation. So, I understand what you're saying. Can you throw the ball outside? Well, are they playing you single coverage outside? And there wasn't a whole heck of single coverage outside. There were a few, and JJ beat them deep once, and we were a little bit behind on that throw. But JJ made a great catch on it, and we had a huge chunk of yards on that play. But, like everything in a game like this, you're always going to go back going into the bye week. What do we need to improve upon, and how do we get better?
Coach, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, folks, we're going to do Will Howard in here, and if you want Cody Simon, we're just going to have him available out.
Dylan played tonight. What can that do for you guys and your team going forward? A lot of seasons still left.
Yeah, consistent performance, right? And the game of football, it's about what you've done for me lately. So for him, it's about continued growth, and I know he'll be a guy that attacks that more than anybody else. And you want to enjoy this moment for a little bit. It's a special moment tonight, but it's about building on it. And I know Dylan will be.
I thought I did. Obviously didn't. I worried about trying to get enough yards to make the field goal and get us into field goal range. But we gotta go back and look at it and figure out what we did wrong there. And I gotta get down, I guess. And it's all good. We gotta learn from it.
Sorry about that. Dan Hope, 11 Warriors.
Yeah, you just asked the quarterback as the leader of his team. What's your message to the guys?
I hope it lights a little fire under us, man, because I still got all the belief in the world in this team, and this is a good football team. I don't think they necessarily beat us. I think we beat ourselves a little bit. I think we left some stuff out there that we got to learn from and get better because of. But at the end of the day, I think this is a good team, and we're going to see them again. And I think the message has to be, we got to grow from this and learn from this. And this obviously isn't how you want to do it. But you can't let them beat you twice.
Andy Baxter, Letterman Row.
You didn't get big in, or how do you process it? You played generally really well, and then play like that at the end. How do you go about that?
I don't know, man. It's a bitch. It sucks. A play like that, it's just, you don't want to lose a game like that. And I don't know what we could have done better. I could have gotten down earlier, gave us a chance. It would have been a longer kick, but we got to go back and look at it and try and not let that happen again.
Joey Kaufman, Columbus Dispatch.
Yeah, we had a flood concept into the boundary.
Austin Ward, podcast.
I didn't see it. I don't know. I don't want to speak on that, but it sucks when you're in field goal range like that, and a call is why you're kicked out of it. That's a shame.
Cameron T. Robinson, The Athletic.
We knew we needed 15 yards.
Dylan Davis, Delaware Gazette. Jeff Gilbert, Press Pros.
He's down one play. Coach said, hey, she could have done one play. Penalties really short service. You guys are on line throughout the game. How frustrating was that? Was there
Yeah, penalties, it's a discipline thing. And, when you're playing in an environment like this, you can't be overcome by events. And, there were a couple too many penalties today. We got to go back and look at the film and see what we did wrong and correct it.
Great. Will, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, folks.
Him inside the 20, so feeling good about the gate play that we had called. If they didn't get tripped up, I think they did a good job of making a play in the backfield. We didn't get that, and that's definitely one that everybody can kind of go back and second guess. Do you take that penalty, get us a little bit closer to the the end zone for the opportunity to go for two? But that probably eliminates that kick from the 50 where we're hitting a player. So I thought it was a great example of our guys not flinching. They knew when we were kicking from the 50 exactly what the plan was. Hey, we're going to try to kick one right off this guy. If it doesn't hit him, we have an opportunity to pin him deep, inside the 20, and they executed at a really high level. So,
Hey, Coach, congrats on the win. You talked about game day and how the crowd and the community was all behind you guys. How important was this win, not just for the football program, but for the entire university?
For the entire what?
University.
Yeah, huge, man. Oregon's a winner, and our fans, were they up last night at like 10? I mean, they're 10 at night, camping out for game day. That experience, we're up early this morning. Unbelievable crowd this morning, all the way through the game. Right? I don't know if anybody sat down the entire game, but we felt them the entire game. I mean, I had to cover my ear. I wear a single earpiece. I had to cover my ear a lot of the game to be able to communicate and hear. That's a good thing. So we asked them to yell from the minute they got in to the minute they left, and they did an unbelievable job.
Hey, Coach, Evan Stewart, 150 receiving yards tonight. What can you say about his performance and then just overall your receivers?
I'm proud of him, man, and I'm maybe more proud that up until this moment, there's been moments where Evan's been able to break out. And there's been moments where maybe the ball didn't get to him or it didn't fall his way, and you never once hear Evan say anything about that. He knew when his opportunity came, he'd get an opportunity to take advantage of it. He took advantage of his opportunities tonight. He was a weapon out there for us. I'm really proud of that performance.
Back left.
Coach, throughout Dylan Gabriel's career, he's proven that he steps up in the biggest games. What have you seen from him during his time here that allows him to be so successful when the lights are brightest?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to replace experience. Right? This guy's been a part of some games that are really, really big moments. And, even though that stadium is packed, you feel like Dylan was out there operating with an empty place. An empty stadium, like this was Tuesday, like this was another practice. He was executing at a high level, being able to say the next play is the most important play. And he did that consistently tonight, focus on what's next and how can he accomplish it.
Dan, I know there's a lot of football left in the season, obviously, it's even first to say. But looking back at the journey this program has been on in the last couple of years, from that trip to Atlanta to this moment, what stands out to you? What can you say about that journey?
Well, there's been a lot of growth, but I'd say we're not.
All right, that was Dan Lanning. We heard from Ryan Day, Will Howard, Chip Kelly, Jim Knowles, Devin. Everyone seems to be trying to take the blame here, but it's going to be one of those games. And I think Will Howard's general vibe was kind of a good thing to see. I think it's more anger than heartbreak in there right now. If, just judging from Will Howard's demeanor, and I think that's probably the right emotion you want right now. I think anger is a pretty good emotion to have right now. You're going to have to get on a cross-country flight after that. You just, and whichever team lost this game was going to be in this situation. We talked about this before the press conference. Whichever team lost this game in the fourth quarter was going to be sitting here at this point and thinking, how on earth did we not pull that out? And so, Oregon would have felt the same way had they had, Ohio State got down there and kicked a field goal. But we've seen this with like the Georgia-Alabama rivalry, where one team gets the best of the other team, middle of the season, earlier in the season, whatever it might be. And then they see each other down the road, whether it's the conference championship game or whether it's a playoff game. And a lot of times we see the other team win that game. I mean, is that the thing you're I guess you're hoping for that if you're Ohio State? You're almost playing for a revenge opportunity, whether that's in Indianapolis or whether that's, quarterfinals of the playoffs?
That is definitely how you want to try and sell it. Again, end of the day, it was a 1-point ball game. And, you made a couple good points there about it's almost like the mood of the team from the interviews. It seemed like from Will Howard there was that of anger and not necessarily sadness. So, again, they're going to have a long flight back, like you said. They're going to have a bye week. They're really going to have the opportunity to dive into this. And I made a point there during the interviews there to make a point about to make a note about Coach Knowles' comment about don't let this loss happen twice or something to that effect. He said, don't make this a double loss or something like that was his comment. I'm paraphrasing here. And I think that's a great point. He did say, he said himself, you did hear a lot of coach speak about, Coach Kelly, Coach Day, Coach Knowles all taking responsibility for the loss. But I think that's the biggest takeaway. Again, you mentioned about it's 12-team playoff, could be a rematch in this new Big 10 top 2 teams, divisionless era of college football we're in. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of opportunities to improve. Again, made a note there. Statistically, the defense gave up like 500 yards of offense. 350 through the air, 150 on the ground. The biggest thing, and we were talking about this before the show, or at the beginning of the show, was They had 2 tackles for loss, I think is what the statistics said, and 0 sacks. Again, I was talking about this earlier. This is something they've got to figure out in this week off. Because again, this defensively in these big games, that's not sustainable. Again, there's stuff in the offense you can nitpick, but in the day they went into Oregon, put up 300. Ohio State had over 300 yards passing. I didn't even realize that. No statistic there worth pointing out. You got to clean up those penalties. They're little ones, but they're only 5 yards here, 5 yards there. But as you can see, they added up throughout the course of the game, and it turns 1st and 10 into 1st and 15. And, we can get into nuances of play calling, but it definitely changes your play calling, where instead of needing 4, also you need 6 or 7 on first down to stay on schedule, as they say. So again, there's going to be a lot of stuff going into this bye week that Ohio State needs to really dissect and figure out going forward for the second half of the season.
Yeah, Ryan Day clearly very upset with the offensive pass interference call on Jeremiah Smith. I didn't love the call. I kind of saw it in a similar way to how Ryan Day saw it, where an attempt was made to jam Jeremiah Smith a couple of yards into his route, and he just happened to be the bigger, stronger human. And his retaliation to the jam or reaction to the jam was too strong for the defensive back. Obviously if you're talking about the NFL, the contacts within 5, I think they would have let them play that out a little bit more in the NFL. So I didn't love that call. I'm certainly not going to blame the loss on that call to the extent that they did so many other things wrong defensively throughout the night, and they did so many other things wrong on that drive that it's hard to just sit there and play the blame game on the officials. But I didn't love it. What was your kind of reaction to the call when you first saw the flag, and as they replayed it a few times? I mean, what was your impression of the call, and where do you kind of stand on that at the end?
I'm going to take a uncharacteristic point of view, a position here on that penalty. I could see why the ref threw the flag in that on that particular play, because as you said, I mean, Jeremiah Smith, big, strong kid. I mean, he chucked that cornerback who tried to jam him. I mean, he extended his arms and really chucked that corner. So I could see why the ref threw the flag, because if you're watching that, and you see that corner go flying the way he did, it's almost, it didn't look like they were both hand fighting, if you will, or they're both battling for position. So we're just gonna let it play out. I mean, he pretty much bullied that corner. So I can understand why that ref threw that flag, even in those circumstances. Because again, it wasn't look like they were both going up for the ball, battling for the ball, and one was holding one hand, and the other was holding the other. Or they were both grabbing each other. It really looked like Jeremiah Smith ran through the guy. So I understand why the ref threw the flag in that particular circumstance.
Yeah, it was kind of like a preemptive, like, oh, he's coming up to jam me, I'm gonna chuck him first, and that's kind of just how it played out. Obviously it was a devastating call to the drive, but you still had time. You still, you let, what was it, 10 and 15 seconds off the clock, off the penalty. I mean, it just such a comedy of errors there on that final drive that I think cost them in the end. But so yeah, I mean, defense comes up short again in a big game. And I've talked about this at length. I hate doing this every time, but it feels like every time they lose a game like this, you look back and like they've not forced a second half punt in a Michigan game in 3 years. The last 2 years they played Michigan, the defense has not forced a punt in the second half. We know about the Georgia defensive debacle. Tonight, you're talking about a game that literally is, the margins are razor thin tonight. And what do you have on Oregon's last 3 drives of the game? 13 plays, 73 yards, almost 6 minutes. They turn it over on downs, goal line stop. Oregon decided to go for it. Fine, you got off the field with 0 points, but I mean, you also put yourself in a position where you've got terrible field position. They were able to get 1 first down, but they weren't able to really build any momentum off that. They had to punt it. Then you give up 5 plays, 60 yards, touchdown. And then you give up 11 plays, 74 yards over 4 minutes, game-winning field goal. Like, at some point, regardless of the clock management, regardless of, some things we can nitpick about the offense, at some point, doesn't your defense have to get itself off? Doesn't it have to force a punt in the fourth quarter of a big game? They didn't force a punt in this one in the fourth quarter. The last 3 drives of this game either ended in points for Oregon or Ohio. The one was Ohio State getting the ball at their own 2. So you didn't force a punt in the last 20, you didn't force a punt the last 28 minutes of this game tonight. You didn't force a punt in the fourth quarter against Georgia. You didn't force a punt in either of the last 2 second halves against Michigan. What is it going to take for them to get off the field so that their offense can maybe build a lead, build a cushion? I mean, they were just never given an opportunity tonight in the second half where they had the ball and were able to kind of try and build onto a lead.
It kind of goes back to something I was discussing earlier, was you've got to find a way, and they need to do it quick, to be blunt about it. How can you create those negative plays? And that seems to be what really is missing. Statistically, we saw it now. It's only 2 tackles for loss and 0 sacks. You want to get a team off the field, you do it by creating negative plays. And we may be looking at a circumstance now where, Jim Knowles needs to revert back to some 2022 tendencies where he brings 7 and plays cover 0 and just overwhelms the offensive line with a pass rush. Because, again, it looks like, that they're struggle to get home with 4 rushers, whether it's 4 straight defensive linemen. We even saw some 4 defensive end packages tonight where they went lighter and faster, and they did not really generate. They obviously did not put the quarterback on the ground. They got to give credit to Oregon's quarterback for keeping plays alive and making plays. But to your point, you've got to find a way to generate that negative play to get an offense behind the sticks to force that punt, which they've not been able to do successfully in 30 quarters or whatever you tallied up there real quick. So again, that's definitely something they've got to evaluate and figure out real quick, because they're going to be in a ball game again at some point this year where they're going to need to get that crucial off the field stop. Because like you brought up a great point. They made some stops tonight in the fourth quarter, but Oregon was able to successfully chew off 15 minutes of game clock, a couple of those drives when they got those stops. And again, that adds up, as we saw tonight, where, who's to say that's not a totally different end of the game there for Ohio State had 4 minutes and not 90 seconds or whatever it was there at the end of the ball game, because the defense had forced a punt, midway through the third quarter randomly, just to pick a random spot in the game. They forced a 3-and-out or even a 6-and-out, and were able to get the ball back to the offense and save some time. So, and again, that's some, like a lot of things in this ball game, you have to go back and not just this ball game, like you brought up the pattern there, the Georgia game from a few years ago, the past few second halves in the game, got to find a way to get your defense off the field.
This is probably a discussion that would be better served after having reviewed the game film or rewatched the game at least, but just watching live, we talk about like complementary football in terms of like offense and defense playing together. Are they playing complementary football on defense in terms of the defensive line and the secondary playing together? There was a lot of especially in the first half when they were able to hit those deep shots. I think the last one before the end of the half was cover 0. Certainly a lot of those, they were getting man across situations. You're doing that. Shouldn't you be bringing extra pressure when you're pressure?
It's a great observation and great question. And yes, you typically would like to see your offense and defense and even special teams have an overall program philosophy. And I'll use 2 extremes as an example. I'll go one for Ohio State fans. The Jim Tressel era is a great example of that. We're going to run the ball. We're going to be conservative on offense. We're going to play great defense, and we're not going to miss on special teams. And we're going to win games 17-14. And that's how the team was built. I mean, they won a national championship doing it, albeit 22 years ago now, but they won a national championship doing it. On the other end of the extreme, you have the air raid philosophy, from the Hal Mummies, the Mike Leaches, the Lincoln Rileys in the modern era of, hey, we're going to go score. We're going to try and score 100. And, the old saying from that coaching philosophy was, we don't care if we win 99-98 as long as we win. And again, as a result, you saw, for especially those early air raid teams, they will throw the ball over the place. Well, we need to get the ball back quick. So what were the defense? They were uber aggressive, all kinds of man pressure. It was, look, get off the field in 3 downs, whether we get the ball back or they score. Either way, let's get the ball back to the offense. So bringing it back to your question here, yeah, no, it seems like there is some potential disagreement, if you will, over what style offense, what style of defense we're going to be. I even say going back to 22 season, I keep bringing that up as some examples. When you have CJ Stroud and those explosive wide receivers and you're hitting these big chunk plays, as a defensive play caller, you can kind of be more aggressive because, your offense can score, 30 points and just by having 6 completions, we have that style offense. Now with this style offense with Chip Kelly and the run game and Will Howard, again, I'm speaking the hyperboles here. It's almost more like it's a trestle ball, modern trestle ball style of offense. Hey, we're going to run the ball. We're going to take our shots in the pass game, but we're not really going to be ripping all over the field and trying to throw the ball 50 times a game. So to your point, it's almost like you'd like to see, as much as fans probably don't want to hear this right now, a bend but don't break style of defense where you're not getting yourself in these shootouts where the offense has to score 40 or 50 every game to win.
Yeah, I just didn't like what I was seeing tonight. And again, like Denzel Burke probably lost millions of dollars tonight, unless he's going to have to really, and I don't know that he's going to get another opportunity like this unless until they would play like Oregon again in the Big Ten championship or run into some, a Texas or an Oregon or an Alabama or a Georgia in the playoffs, because I don't think, even as solid as Penn State is, Penn State doesn't present the same type of challenges at receiver that an Oregon does. And we all know the Michigan passing game's a mess right now. So he's not going to get another chance like this for a while. And I'm not like absolving him on this. He had a nightmare of a game tonight. I'm not going to go over the entire thing. It's almost like, I think everyone saw it. Everyone saw the big plays in the pass game. They saw the missed tackles, maybe not getting off a couple blocks on the perimeter as well on certain times. So I don't want to harp too much on that beyond the point that he really did not play very well at all. But again, if you have man across the board against Oregon's speedy receivers, why are you not complementing that with extra pressure? I'm at a loss for words. It's either one or the other. Like you're either playing man across the board, and then you're sending Sonny Styles, you're sending a safety, you're sending somebody to make the quarterback get the ball out faster so that he's not being able to sit down and go 1, 2, 3 deep shot. Or you're not playing man across the board if you want to just try and get there with your front four. Like I don't understand. And that's not our Larry Johnson and Jim Knowles on the same page. Like we can have that discussion. That's fine. I'm fine having that. But that's strictly your defensive coordinator. He's determining if you're bringing extra pressure. Larry Johnson isn't determining whether you're bringing extra pressure or not. So I just don't understand why, again, if you're going to play man across the board, why you're not bringing extra pressure to support your secondary. And it burned them several times tonight. They were finding huge gaps over the middle of the field as well throughout the game. I thought it was another stinker in another big game for the defense. And it's just one of those things where, yes, we can sit and look at the offense and clock management. We can talk, we can say negative things about the offense. There were some things there that we can talk about. But, if we're like playing the scales on like which is where the blame is, it's at least 80-20 defense tonight, in my opinion.
Yeah, to answer your question more specifically about man coverage and pass rush, I'll go back to 2019 when Jeff Hafley was one and done as defensive coordinator. He was able to sit in man coverage and play a lot of cover one, for a couple reasons. One is he had 2 first-round draft picks at corner and another NFL player as his what they call the slot corner. And then the other big factor there was he had a top 3, top 5 draft pick at defensive end who had 15 sacks and was, a nonstop pass rush nightmare for offenses. Okay, so where am I going with this? Ohio State right now has what it has on the defensive line. They're pretty good. There's no getting around it. They are pretty good. But they're just not the natural pass rusher of the generational guys like a Chase Young or say the Bosa brothers at Ohio that Ohio State had. So again, what are you going to do, to your point, if you want to play man? How are you going to generate that pressure? And I think the answer right now, just talking here with the two of us, is you got to find ways to overwhelm the offense. And we saw them try a little bit with some overload fronts where they're putting 3 defensive linemen to a side, trying to generate and overwhelm to a particular side. But again, there's things you could do protection-wise to counteract that. And again, you do have to give credit to the Oregon's quarterback. I keep going back to that and trying to be fair about it. He made plays, keeping plays alive, did a really good job of it, and finding a second or third read and getting the ball out. So you do have to give credit to Oregon's quarterback for doing that. But again, this is a theme manifesting itself, and I think you've got to find more creative ways, whether it be zone pressure, more creative zone pressures, bringing a linebacker, dropping in over the middle. We've seen Jim Knowles do that. Defensive coordinators all over the country do that at all levels of football. You can use the Minnesota Vikings as an example and some of the exotic stuff they're doing in the NFL that's driving NFL offenses up the wall right now. So again, you got a bye week. These are answers you're gonna have to generate because again the whole world saw the statistics and the defensive outcome today, and you got a lot of talent, got a lot of great players to work with, but you got to really look at yourself hard and say, all right, what can I do better to put these guys? And you heard Jim Knowles say it. It all comes back to him as a coach. What can I do better to put these guys in better position to be successful?
It's almost unfathomable to me, even being as critical of the defense as I've been over the years in these big games. It's almost unfathomable to me that this defense was capable of giving up 500 yards to virtually any offense in the country that I've seen this year. And Oregon's got a lot of speed, but I thought against Oregon's speed on the outside, I just really thought you were asking for it tonight to play that way, to go man across. Oftentimes no safety help, yet you've got 11 guys on the field. So if you're going man across, what are you doing with the rest of your back 7 to support either your corners or support your defensive ends and pass rush? It felt to me like how we always talk about complementary football, offense, defense, kind of working. It felt to me like the complementary football on defense between the front and the back 7 was just completely missing tonight. And we can even talk about that because the few instances where I thought they tried something different to bring a little extra pressure or at least bring a different look was largely successful. And even they're talking about on the broadcast a little bit how little Knowles had blitzed, how little we can probably almost remember just in our minds the plays where he did. And the plays where he did, you had Styles coming off the edge on the one that resulted in a near sack. I guess Curry got him, maybe half a yard in front of the line of scrimmage. It was essentially a sack. You had the Caleb Downs blitz where he incredibly smartly stopped before he got to the running back and was able to put his hands up and get it, almost intercept a pass, but knock a pass down. And then I remember Lathan Ransom coming on a blitz where the running back did a great job of kind of sacrificing his body. I mean, Ransom blew him up and basically drove him back into Gabriel, who was able to make, a good throw there. But it felt like every time they did try to supplement their front 4 with a linebacker, with a safety, it generally worked. So I'm not sure. Maybe I need to get over there to the Woody. I mean, it's not something people were going to go in depth on after the game with Knowles, but someone, I guess I'll do it. I'll do it. But someone has to ask him this, how are you helping your front and your secondary, and how are you working, those two units as one? Because it just wasn't, the connectivity was terrible tonight. It was terrible. I don't know why we're still having these conversations. Again, it's situational. Unless my eyes are mistaken, and I know Josh Perry said it on the halftime show, so I was seeing the same thing Josh Perry was seeing. It looked like cover zero at the end of the half there. Why on earth are you in cover zero on 3rd and long in the final 2 minutes of the first half?
No, that's a great
6.
question.
What are you doing?
Yeah. It almost reminds me, we bring up the Georgia comparison from a few years ago. It was that kind of a game again where you kind of playing for your, not that kind of game, but excuse me, there you are playing to protect a lead. Georgia's at the end of the game. This was at halftime. What a different dynamic that is. Ohio State's able to at least hold Oregon to a field goal. Let's say, hypothetically, let's say they check down, they're able to put themselves in field goal and hit a field goal even going into halftime. What a dynamic swing that could have been. But again, that is a great question. Of can we get? Is there some sort of 3 deep we could have got in for? Ohio State could have got in, for example, to protect against that. I think something that's getting lost in the call necessarily, and Coach Knowles talked about this. It's the technique and the execution as well. We could talk about the difference between man and zone, but when the ball's in the air, even zone coverage turns into man, because it's still one guy versus the other for the ball. And, that goes back to technique, what potentially happened that resulted in that wide receiver being open for those big pass plays. The one I go to is early in the game, it was the hitch and go or stutter and go, stop and go, whatever you want to call it, where the corner bit on the hitch on the long throw to the field and then was run by and had to recover and, try to save, did save the touchdown, but it was still a huge chunk play. So to me, those aren't necessarily the call. You've got to know as a player, as a veteran player, not to bite on a hitch to number one to the wide side of the field. I mean, that's actually typically what you coach your defense. Hey, that's the throw we're going to let them complete. Give them the hitch, let them catch it, we'll rally up, tackle it, keep everything underneath. And that's what you really got to look at. Coach Knowles mentioned it. That's stuff you got to look at going in this week, because again, in a game like this where it's literally a 1-point game that comes down in the last second of the ball game, could be make or break down the road. Fortunately, you get another shot at it. Again, it's new era college football I keep talking about, but that to me is maybe even more important than what was the call in some respects of, you still got to be able to go out and execute. And again, that still comes back to coaching, of teaching the guys and putting them in the right spot so they know what to do when that opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, it just, I don't blame people right now who are sitting here saying things along the lines of, well, paraphrasing, just kind of, I need to see them do this now to believe it. Because we are at the point now where this is like 5 big games in a row, basically, where we're talking about a lot of the same things. But on both sides of the ball, we're talking about the game management component on offense, but we're talking about the same things on defense. Are the coverages that you're running matching with the pressure you're bringing? Are you situationally aware of the coverages you're calling? Like when you can't give up a big play at the end of a half, or you can't give up a quick score in the fourth quarter with a 2-score lead, and you're running coverages that put you in those situations to give up those plays. Like, it feels like we're just, again, it's not like finding new ways to lose every time. It's like finding a different iteration of the same way to lose. And again, and 0 turnovers tonight. They've turned over Michigan. They've the 3-game losing streak to Michigan. They've turned Michigan over 1 time in the last 12 quarters. And I think it was like the first half of the first loss. Like, I don't think they've turned over Michigan in like 10 or 11 quarters. They weren't turning over Georgia. They didn't turn over Oregon tonight. at what point does this, I know how the fans are going to feel about this. I know I can see the comments. I was on Twitter tonight, so I know how a lot of the fans feel, but like, is this something that has to get fixed between now and the weekend after Thanksgiving, the Big Ten championship weekend? Is this something that's going to fix now, or, changes have to be made, and not changes in like, hey, we're going to try this, we're going to try, like, changes in staff need to be made.
That's
like, I mean, at what point do we stop having these same conversations about the defense?
No, that's a topic bigger than me. I think would be my position on that one. So again, I think I get lost in the nuts and bolts of how can we go out there, I guess football coach background of how can we go out there and coach it and make that happen. Again, we saw him have great emphasis on it, have some success early in the season. I think you can look at Ransom and the way he aggressively attacks the football. We talk about zone coverage. One of the reasons why Ohio State has called so much and played so much zone coverage defensively is trying to get eyes on the quarterback to create those opportunities for interceptions. So, Coach Knowles talked about it again. I keep going back to what he said. You got to look at it and see how are we coaching this. This all comes back on the coaching staff. How can we get better at it? And again, you do bring up some great points, and from the fan point of view of, hey, this keeps happening. So there's definitely reason for the angst from the fan side of things, but as a coach, you got to control what you control, and you got to go back and teach something. There's something that needs to be taught differently, would be my opinion here in the short term. Reevaluate how you're coaching, what your coaching points are, what your drill progression, what are we showing in film, not showing in film. I mean, all that stuff needs to be looked at because you obviously didn't get the results that you not wanted but needed tonight from your side of the football.
Yeah, and look, I understand why there's coach speak. I've been in football locker rooms for as long as I can remember, and I get it. And I especially get it right after the game because you're talking about, the game literally just ended, 15 minutes ago. You're still emotional. You haven't watched the film yet. There's probably things on film you're going to notice that you didn't notice live. And so there's a lot to process. So I get the coach speak to an extent, but like sitting there saying, well, I just got to coach them better, over the course of every year, 3-4 years in a row, it's like that's going to lose its, I think it's already lost its potency as far as like the fans and just people who watch the game, just like, okay. And that was the same thing that was said Michigan game last year, is the same thing that was said in the Georgia game 2 years ago, same thing that was said in the Michigan game before that. And it's just like at some point you have to actually fix the issue because it is the same issue. It may be a different iteration of the same issue in terms of it doesn't play out. It manifests itself exactly the same way each time, but it is essentially the same issue. It's situational awareness with what you're calling on defense. It's it's the connectivity between your front and your secondary, and it's your defense's inability to turn good teams over defensively. So I don't know. Any last thoughts, Devin? I know we got Tony and Tom ready to go from the field. Devin, anything else before we send it to them?
I made this comment on social media. I will say tonight that in this new college football playoff era, and I made mention of how the Big Ten's 1 versus 2 and not divisions anymore. My well-being is much better off than it would have been even last season after this ball game. So as someone who considers himself old school and almost wants to go back to the old bowl series even before the BCS, I do feel I know it's a tough loss, but knowing you could still get in the playoff because of 12 teams and still got a shot at the Big Ten championship, that is kind of a fun new era of college football.
Yep. So despite everything we just said, all Ohio State has to do is win its next 6 games and probably get a rematch with Oregon and in Indianapolis. Tony, Tom, guys, take it away. We might be back after this. After these two are kicked out of the stadium, we'll figure that out. But take it away for now.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Devin, for handling the first half of this, or maybe the first third. We'll see. Welcome, everybody, to the Buckeye Weekly Podcast. I'm Tony Gerdeman here, as always, with Tom Orr. Tom, how's it going?
Tony, are you ready to take an angry audience and make them more angry by telling them they should not be so angry because it's all going to be okay?
No, Tom, don't tell the people that. We just witnessed an incredible game, 32-31 Oregon win. Fun from start to finish. If you didn't have fun watching this one, I think you need to take a step back off the cliff and appreciate this for the classic that it was.
Yeah.
But then also know that you still now have this, not you, the team has a lot to work on.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff that we can break down, and here's some stuff that went wrong. That was a very exciting football game between two very good football teams that played a somewhat sloppy game. Both of them, both had mistakes, both had stuff that they're going to look at and go, going to have to work on that before these two teams probably play again at some point at a neutral site in Indianapolis or elsewhere in these United States of America. It was a I don't think it was ever more than a one possession game.
No.
It was just constantly you were talking about the fact that it was so consistently loud in here. It never got quiet, and it was loud when Oregon was doing good stuff. There were a ton of Buckeye fans here. It was loud when the Buckeyes were doing good stuff. It was back and forth, but you didn't see fights in the stands or anything. It was two fan bases enjoying a really exciting football game. And more than once, different photographers on the beat would turn to me and go, I wouldn't mind seeing this again. It's like, yeah, 100%. Let's whoever wins this game, let's see this game again, because these are pretty clearly, to me, two of the better teams in America. And I know everyone's going to say, well, did you see? Perhaps, sir, you were not aware of how many passing yards Oregon got. Yeah, guess what? Oregon's got a pretty good offense. And guess what? Did you see what Alabama did today? Did you see what Ole Miss did today?
Did you see what Tennessee did?
I didn't see what Tennessee did.
They won in overtime at home against Florida.
Oh, Florida's really good, right? This is still no. Oh,
they're not. They're not.
I mean, I think that everyone has this standard in their mind that this is the Ohio State team where they've got all these veteran guys back, and so it's just going to be they're just going to crush everyone. It's like no. I mean, they have crushed all the bad teams on their schedule, which is what good teams do. Sometimes you fly across the country to play the number 3 team in the polls, who quite possibly might be the number 1 team in a lot of people's ballots now, and you lose by 1 point. Guess what you are if you play a number 1 or number 2 team on the road and lose by 1 point? You're probably one of the top teams in these United States of America.
Yeah, I think Buckeye fans will have, and not just Buckeye fans, but there will be questions about why does this happen to Ryan Day consistently, but I think this happens to a lot of coaches consistently. I think the bigger question is the Jim Knowles defense. They gave up some yards. Now, you mentioned that Dillon Gabriel threw for over 300 yards on him. Will Howard threw for over 300 yards on Oregon. So it was two very similar offensive attacks in terms of the stats. Ohio State did not run the ball, 12 for 19 in the second half of this one.
Yeah.
After rushing for, 130 some in the first half. But you lose Josh Simmons.
Well, yeah.
And Tigger Shabola did come back in the second half, but he came in and out a couple of times.
Yeah.
Austin Sierreveld going in there. Josh Simmons, by the way, Ryan Day says he does not think he'll be back this season.
Oof. Can we confess your unpopular opinion for a moment?
Sure.
That sentence right there is far more devastating to Ohio State's chances at winning a national championship this year than what you saw on the field today. That is, and they were a functional offense after he left. I was, I do not have a all 22 view of the field by any means, but I thought Zen Michalski did a perfectly okay job from what I could tell, which is far better than I was expecting when they kind of had to make that change on the fly. That was Josh Simmons went down. That's not good if he's out for more than a play or two. And then they brought out the card. It's like, boy.
No, it was a non-contact. He planted and went down, and as soon as you saw that, you knew it was not going to be good. The running game kind of went away from that point on, and really they had 4 possessions. I think each team had 4 real possessions in the second half, which is not a lot at all. And that's part of, you got to get off the field. Like, the defense has to get off the field. And I don't want to just talk about the defense just yet. Let's finish up with the offense because Will Howard played a very, very good game. But
they've got a wide receiver who's a freshman who plays like a fifth-year senior, and they've got a fifth-year senior at quarterback who made a freshman mistake on that last play.
So. We talked about the Nico Iamaleava, almost last week against running out of bounds when he should have thrown it on fourth down. This one, so it's 6 seconds left. They had a flood to the boundary that they were going to get something quick out of bounds. They wanted 10 to 15 yards. It wasn't there. Somebody flashed in front of Will Howard, and so he took off. And as soon as he took off, I was like, well, that's ball game.
Yeah.
Because every time we see that, you've got one timeout left, but he didn't get down nearly in time. Somebody said that he got down with 1 second left.
There is a screenshot floating around where he has given himself up, and Brandon Ennis is signaling timeout. But you're asking a lot. And then also the fans are rushing the field, and you're asking the officials to come out and say, we would like respectfully for you to get off of the field so we may take some time to review this play and determine if, by the strictest sense of the rules, perhaps there might have been 1 second on the clock.
I don't know how there would have been enough time.
Yeah.
And I know there may be a screenshot, but when you drop back, you're looking, and then you take off, and you get, 6 to 10 yards, and then you slide. That felt like 8 seconds inside of 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And then now you're going to give Jaden Fielding a chance at a 52-yarder. I don't know where he finished off at.
I think they were on the 38, maybe. I think it was going to be about a 57, 58-yarder, something like that, which is theoretically makeable, but that was not one where you went, Ryan Day has to line up and kick this. You looked at that. I thought lining up and you've got a timeout left, throw a quick slant and get 5 yards and turn the 58 into a 53 and just give yourself a chance. I had no issue with the way Ryan Day handled the end of game situation there. I thought I've seen
a ton of time.
I've seen a lot of they should have let them score, which obviously they stopped them, so that was not the correct play. I've seen a lot of Ryan Day choking in big games. I thought the fourth down decision making was fine. He went for it on 4th and 1 in his own territory very early in the game, which is the right decision. That worked out fine.
4th and 2 later on.
He went 4th and 2. He didn't chase the extra point. He didn't chase the points too early like Dan Lanning did. That was almost a disaster for Dan Lanning.
That was another Dan Lanning.
Yeah, that was a Dan Lanning inexperienced head coach. Ryan Day managed things correctly, everyone's mad at Ryan Day because Ryan Day has lost another game. And I saw someone on the chat while I was up at the Oregon press conference saying Ryan Day loses all of these big games. He lost the national championship to Alabama. He lost, and then you list all the games they lost. It's like, well, right before they lost the national championship to Alabama, they beat Clemson. No, that doesn't count because I'm mad now. Okay.
I believe now Ryan Day falls to 10-8 against top 10 teams as Ohio State's head coach.
Guess what top 10 teams have in common? They're all pretty good at football.
Yeah, no, they are. But this was a very, very good game by two very good teams. It felt like, for the most part, Ohio State just kept they were holding on for dear life at times, and yet then they would take a 7-point lead. It's
and then Oregon was hanging on for dear life. Yeah, it was.
They were answering each other so well.
Yeah, it was punch and counter punch, and Dan Lanning talked about the fact that it was jab. It was not you're winding up and throwing the big haymaker. It was just people, teams trading jabs back and forth. And Ohio State, as soon as Simmons went on, I went, oh boy, they're going to have to really get creative now, because now you're working around something. And I think, again, this is going to be one of those weeks when I'm fascinated to talk to Ross Fulton, to have him explain to me all the things that I didn't see while I was watching on the game. But it felt like they came up with answers to some of that. They obviously didn't run the ball as well in the second half, but you lose your left tackle, you lose your right guard. They came into the guard game perfectly healthy, Tony. We talked about this before the game. Yeah. I'm sure this is somehow all our fault. But you lose two offensive linemen, and the first one, Tager Shabola, goes down. It's like, well, not great.
If you're going to lose one guy,
that's the guy, because Austin Sierravelt's been kind of subbing in there, and he's been pretty okay. Josh Simmons, I think if we sat down and talked about if you had to make a list of the people this team cannot afford to lose the most, he's maybe number one on the list. I think you could. It's him or Will Howard, probably. I mean, it just that's going to be a big storyline moving forward.
Yeah, and Zen Mihalski steps in and has a really nice pass protection situation on the touchdown pass to Emeka Egbuka. Like he stood in there and gave Will Howard room. Quinshon Judkins, the fumble, carrying it in his left arm, couldn't really necessarily hold on to it in his right.
Yeah.
So maybe that was an issue there. Only 2 yards of carry or so for him. He could never get going. Trevion Henderson had the 53-yarder, 57-yarder, had a 17-yarder in there as well. But there was nothing there in the second half. Defense, do you want to turn to the defense just yet?
We certainly can. That's another one. I think I have more concerns with the defense than I do with the offense.
Well, I will say Ohio State only scored 10 points in the second half. Now both teams only scored 10.
Right. How many drives did they have?
They each had like 4, and I think, they each had 4.
Yeah, I mean,
with Ohio State's last drive being their fourth.
Right. I mean, you
1 minute and 46 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, and you're not necessarily playing for a touchdown there, and they got down into field goal range, and you had the penalty that took them back out of field goal range there. So that's 10 points on your first 3 drives against the number 3 team in the country on the road in a I mean, it wasn't like they had a ton of empty possessions, and it wasn't like the defense, there were times in the first half that I went, oh boy, they're not going to be able to get off the field. And then Jim Knowles, who is constantly ripped for not being able to get off the field in the second half, forces a field goal, forces a punt. I mean, they gave up 10 points on 4 drives. So, and people were ready to tell them to, let them score a touchdown. And they stood tall in the red zone and forced a field goal, set Ohio State up with a reasonable drive, a reasonable amount of time, at least one timeout to be able to potentially go win that game.
And I, standing here down on the sidelines, once they got down here, I'm like, maybe they should probably let them score here. And then I think Ryan Day's thought is, no, we're going to hold them to a field goal. That way we only need a field goal. Right,
exactly. Yeah.
And you don't need all 80 yards. You just need to get down to where they got down.
Yeah.
And of course, then the pass interference on Jeremiah Smith. But Denzel Burke, this was, he got beat a couple of times. And we talked about this all week and before the game, how Dylan Gabriel does not throw deep down the right side. He does now.
He may have been playing possum all season,
and like I tweeted, it was like when Rocky Balboa went to Southpaw, and just really flipped the script on everybody. And they were like, Denzel Burke, I don't think he was prepared for that. This was not a good game for him. Watching the front row of the press box was NFL scouts, and they had a literal front row seat at that, and it did not go well for Denzel Burke. Jermaine Matthews tweets after the game, just angry faces, a row of angry faces, because I think at some point people are like, well, do you need to replace Denzel
Right. Well,
Burke?
that's one of those, it's like a hockey goalie who's having a bad game, and sometimes you might need to just
give him a break,
pull him, give him a break, let him just unplug it, wait 30 seconds and plug it back in. I wondered about that at one point when it's like, okay, how much worse could it be if you put in Jermaine Matthews or someone like that? And this was one of the defining storylines of the night. And I'll be interested in terms of, it felt like he was kind of getting left on an island and didn't have a lot of safety help for most of the game, but his tackling wasn't very good on some of those. And I was going to the Oregon press conference. I was in an elevator in the Oregon facility with a group of recruits. And I think it was, I will tell you, Naeem Offord was not one of the recruits who was part of this conversation. He was not there. But there were 3 recruits, I think mostly wide receiver type, offensive type players, but talking about how, boy, number 10 got cooked tonight. And, oh, boy, he had a rough one. That was kind of the takeaway from recruits who were watching this game. That was, it'll be interesting to go back and look at the film. And, was this all on? Because sometimes you're there and it's not really your fault. I'll be interested to sort of have a more informed breakdown, but that was a takeaway for some people.
I would tend to assume that it wasn't Lathan Ransom or Caleb Downs screwing up on helping help coverage. I just think he had his eyes in the wrong place and got beat. But we probably won't talk to anybody this week.
No, probably not.
So they're going to take the week off, and then the next time we talk to him, we're like, so what'd you think about Denzel Burke's coverage? And it's like, well, that's in the past. Yeah. I know Denzel Burke, this is going to drive him and it's going to fuel him, but he had plenty of fuel coming back for this season. And this was not anything that he expected. And we talk about Josh Simmons going down, Tigger Shabola leaving, Quinshon Judkins getting his hand injured in practice or whatever. They lost a starting receiver for spitting.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
so it's like, and they didn't have their starting defensive end, Jordan Birch.
Yeah.
I mean, so nobody was at 100%. Oregon came through, and with the offensive line from Oregon and the versus the defensive line of Ohio State, we had talked about how that was maybe the biggest mismatch on the interior. Didn't show that today.
No.
Didn't show it from the outside, the defensive ends, the pass rush. They got a little bit of pass rush coming out of the third quarter and created, and didn't allow Oregon to score in the third quarter. They have still only given up 3 points in the third quarter of the season. That was to everybody's favorite Akron. But again, the lack of overall pass rush, and on Monday, some statistical come out about, the pass rush rate for Ohio State's front four is number one in the nation.
Yeah.
And we'll be like, how?
Yeah. It feels like we've been having this conversation more or less since 2019, where Chase Young is not there. And that year we talked a lot about, well, you've got Jordan Fuller and you've got Jeff Okudah, and that really helps the pass rush. Well, they've got some pretty good corners this year. They've got some pretty good safeties this year. The pass rush is still not getting home. I think at some point you're going to have a conversation about, I know we've done things this way for a long time. Yeah. It might be time to not do things exactly this way. That's a conversation that has felt like it's probably coming at some point for a number of years. You have to see the results at some point. I mean, you've got the recruits, you've got the players, you've got the 5-star talent. They're bringing these 5 stars year after year after year, and it doesn't necessarily translate on the field. And there has to be a why there, right? I mean, there has to be a why there. So, what's the why, and how do you address it?
You just do the same thing you were doing and hope it works out, basically.
What if you did it harder?
There you go. Be the toughest, the hardest working team, as long as you're a 4-3 team. No other. You got to have 4 down linemen.
Yeah.
Can't do anything else other than that.
Yeah.
Overall, defensively, I mean, they gave up almost 500 yards of total offense. They could not get off the field. I think one of the reasons there are only 4 possessions for each team is both teams are 7, 8 yards, but there were too many big chunk plays. And I didn't look to see how many big plays that Oregon had of 10-plus yards rushing and 15-plus yards passing. But we know Ohio State gave up a 30-yard pass for the first time this season. And I think they gave up more than just one.
They in the Oregon press conference, someone said they gave up, I think, 3 in the first half or something like that. That they hadn't given up a 30-yarder all season, and then they gave up 3 in the first half. That was just, I mean, that was uncharacteristic, certainly. I know that the initial reaction is going to be, well, Jim Knowles' defenses are great against terrible teams and terrible against great teams. And I mean, I think that's probably broadly true of a lot of, the reason the good teams are good is because they're good against everyone. So, I'm just trying to pull up the game stats real quickly to be able to kind of look at the drives for the second half. Because
for Oregon, it was, the first drive was 6 plays, 19 yards, then 13 for 73, which was stopped at the goal line on downs. Then it was 5 for 60. That was a touchdown. That was their third drive. And then their fourth drive was 11 for 74. And so, like, the only drive they stopped them, and there were no 3 and outs the entire game until the last drive of the second quarter, which was, not a real drive.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and there's so many what ifs in both directions in this game that you could kind of talk yourself in a circle that, well, what if Quinshon Judkins doesn't fumble, and that sets up Oregon with a 28-yard drive for their first touchdown? And
the first half, their average starting field position was their own 45.
Yeah, I mean that is not going to be winning football, what if the Will Kazmarek thing gets called a fumble and not or what if the Jeremiah Smith OPI doesn't get called? Or
that was a great job by Ryan Day and Ohio State to snap the ball faster than I've ever seen them snap the ball on something that you don't want to have reviewed.
Yeah, well, and Oregon was running a lot of tempo. Oregon constantly. I'm not looking at the play clock, and the play clocks are weird spots. By the way, I saw Kevin bring this up on Twitter at one point. The play clocks are low and in the corners here. Which there was one delay of game that was like, I kind of get it, because it's like you have an enormous scoreboard right there. You could, if you wanted to put a play clock right in the middle. You absolutely could. This is like an affirmative choice, and they don't have it there, which is it's a weird thing. I remember Will Howard coming on the field at Michigan State, and the first thing he walks out and he's pointing there. Here's the play clocks there, just because you have to know. That was weird. Sorry, I completely derailed myself because I'm looking at a play clock right behind Kevin's, right behind the camera there. You can have the what if on the crowd noise and the offensive line not handling the crowd noise very well. There were how many false starts were there? 4, 5.
Yeah,
it was a lot.
I think it was like 7 penalties for 80 yards or 8 for 70.
Yeah,
and there were some significant penalties. Even the 5-yarders.
You had the one sequence where Ohio State was doing reasonably well in the first half, and they had Ohio State on the first drive. I think it was the third drive where they had scored 10 plays, 75 yards in the first drive. Second drive ends on that fumble. Mm-hmm. So then the only drive other than the fumble that didn't go anywhere in the first half was the right before, except for the one right before halftime, was the one where they had 3 plays, -8 yards, because you had 2 false starts and then you had a delay of game. Yeah. And it was just, that's one of those that can't happen. I know it's a tough place to play. I know it's loud. But we've seen lots of teams play at Penn State or play here. You don't see 5 false starts or whatever it was. That's a lot.
We talk about the 1 or 2 plays that Will Howard always wants back. Back from each game. The 2 plays in this one, the drop snap,
which was I made a point to watch the replay. The snap was fine, because I know that's immediately I was like,
dropping that one, and then the very last play. Those are the 2 this week. That I can give you his quote on that. We're going to have a little bit of a curse word here, but how do you process that play? And he said, "I don't know, man. It's a bitch. It sucks. A play like that, you don't want to lose the game like that." And, he came in and he talked like a leader should, and he played a really, really good game, save for that. And he thought he got down, but that's just a very tough situation too. I thought maybe just run the ball with whomever right away.
Yeah,
you've got 6 seconds. You get down with 2 seconds left. You call a timeout, and you have 1 second left. I don't care if you only get 6 yards out of that. You're in a bad spot.
You are in a bad spot. You either need to throw a quick slant and tell the receiver you have to get down. You take 2 steps and you get down, and then everyone on the sideline is calling timeout all at the same time. Or you run a quick quarterback draw and you say you get 3 steps and you get down. You can't leave it to 1 second one way or the other, because we're not in a Spartan Bob situation anymore where you're going to have a home clock operator. But if it's 6 seconds, is it 5.7 seconds or is it 6.3 seconds? You don't know, because the clock just says 6 seconds. This isn't hockey where you get tenths of a second. So you can't try and be real cute and play with fine margins like that. And just as he took off, it was just, I'm looking through the camera lens. I'm like, well, that's
the game. As soon as he took off, that's the game.
Unless everyone from Oregon has fallen down and he's going to run, Here's another great what if. What if Lathan Ransom runs back that 2-point conversion? Whatever that disaster was. There's so many little what ifs here. And Ohio State, very easily, if Ohio State's kicks that field goal at the end to win, they don't call the OPI in, so they're in field goal range, and so they kick the field goal and they win. Oregon's having the same conversation about, if there wasn't for this and there wasn't for that and wasn't for,
Oregon missed a field goal, gets stopped at the goal line, believes they got an interception that Ohio State turned into a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's like 17 points right there.
Oh, yeah.
And it could have been, and that's what they're thinking. This should not have come down to this final drive.
This is what Ryan Day talks about when he says leave no doubt.
Yeah.
They did not play well enough to leave no doubt tonight, or neither did Oregon. Yeah. This was a game this was going to suck out loud for whoever lost this game. And, I do wonder, all the people in the comments who are ready to throw themselves off the roof are, if Jaden Fielding kicks a field goal at the end of that game and Ohio State wins 34-32, everyone kind of mops their brow and goes, whew, well, that was a great, what a great game. And Ohio State has hashtag the will to win. And it's like the difference was this one play at the end. And sure, it's deeply frustrating that they didn't win the game, but they didn't lose by, I'm sure everyone's going, these 2 homers. Go back and watch the post game from the Cotton Bowl. Like, if they deserve to get their asses kicked, we'll say, guess what? You
Yeah.
suck. We'll tell you. We're gonna shoot you straight. This was a game where they didn't play particularly well. They made some mistakes. Oregon didn't play particularly well. They made some mistakes. And it was two very equally matched teams playing a very equally matched game that came down to one little thing at the end. And that, the fact that that thing did not go Ohio State's way tonight does not, that is not a terrible permanent referendum on Ryan Day's character as an individual or whatever.
Yeah, I think everybody would like to see this game again, including just regular college football fans. I think they all enjoyed this one. And I'm sure Buckeye fans would like, and we'll get you guys right here in a second. Do you guys want to see a rematch with Oregon at some point this season? Well, the answer is yes, because it would be postseason.
Yeah.
But when you watch this, and do you feel like you should have won, or do you feel like Oregon kind of let Ohio State stay around with some of their decisions, and Dan Lanning almost costing them? I don't know why Oregon always has to get cute with the special team stuff, with the extra points.
The swinging gate thing is
unnecessary.
just the most high school nonsense. That is just JV high school garbage. Whoever
it's like
it always looks like, oh, look at me, I'm the 8th grade football coach, and we're going to do something clever. Like, you always look like an absolute JV outfit. Everyone does, and it almost cost them tonight.
Yeah. Do we want to get to the people?
Oh, we have super chat.
Well, you should have said something, Kevin.
People have thoughts, eh?
I'm not
told. Stop.
All right.
Kevin's up in his feelings tonight too.
Belisari. Ohio State was the better team, but Ryan Day is Ryan Day.
Ohio State was the better team, but Ryan Day is Ryan Day.
Let's start with the first part of that. You want to flesh that? Let's have that conversation where that is your opinion that Ohio State was the better team tonight. Walk me through that.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say the game is won at the line of scrimmage, and Oregon won the line of scrimmage against Ohio State's defensive front, and then Jordan James went over 100 yards.
Yeah.
And in the second half, Ohio State's offensive line did not push around the Oregon defensive front.
And there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Losing Josh Simmons is a big part of that, but they are going to have that be a problem they solve at some point, because that is not, he's not coming back, it sounds like, this season.
Yeah, Evan Stewart went for like 140, 150 yards, most of that on Denzel Burke. Tez Johnson went for, 70 or 80. And, Jeremiah Smith went for 100. Emeka Ibuka went for 90. Again, these are all very close. The next time they play, it won't be here, which this place is an advantage. And whether it's the false starts, whether it's dropping a snap on a third down, this place was awesome all game long.
Yeah.
A ton of Buckeye fans here as well. They tried on third down as hard as they could when Oregon was on third downs and just could not get off the field. But, Ryan Day is Ryan Day.
Yeah, Ryan Day is Ryan Day. But, again, we'll tell you if Ryan Day is doing something stupid. Ryan Day probably lost them. It wasn't the sole factor in losing the Clemson game, but some of his conservative decision-making against Clemson in 2019 helped set up the situation where they lost that game. He has had times when he's been too conservative. He's had times when he's been probably a little overly aggressive. And this is not always, if you go for it on fourth down and you make it, it's a good decision. If you go for it on fourth down and you don't make it, it's not a good decision. There are process and results, and those are kind of different conversations. His fourth down decision making tonight was fine. I had no quarrels with that.
He was aggressive.
I thought, he managed his timeouts correctly. You can tell him call her timeouts before the 2-minute warning.
They had plenty of time. The sack on first down really hurt.
Yes, the sack hurt. The sack hurt. The penalty hurt. They got down the field. They got themselves down into field goal range, and then you had a penalty that put you back out of range, and then you had the sack on first down, and that's it. They put themselves in a position to win. They didn't win the game, but they put themselves in a position to win. They were aggressive. This was not the Peach Bowl where they settled for a 50-yard field goal. They got themselves into very makeable field goal range. And then if you don't make, if your kicker misses the field goal, it happens. I mean, hashtag college kickers is a thing, right? But I thought he managed the game fine. I really had no issues with Ryan Day's management of the game. At least as far as I can remember right now.
But the thing is, since they lost, this is a big game. They don't, the wins against, like Penn State is not a big win.
Right.
The
wins aren't big wins because, of course, Ohio State's supposed to beat everyone, and so the only thing that helped, and this is a game that is, you don't want to lose. Someone has to lose. There are no more ties in college football. Someone has to lose the game. Someone was going to lose this game and go, man, that sucks. This and this and this and this and this, and we could have won the game. Any of those one things, we could have won the game, and so someone had to lose the game, and that's who lost
the game at Penn State's going to get awfully big now for Ohio State.
Oh yeah, because they could lose that game and still make the college football playoff, but that's probably a game now that Penn State won in overtime today. That's probably a game that Ohio, that you've lost the tiebreaker to Oregon now. If you lose there, you've lost the tiebreaker to Penn State. So you can't lose another game and think you're going to make the Big Ten championship game. You could absolutely be a 8 seed or whatever.
If your two losses are to Oregon and Penn State on the road, you're fine.
And here's the other thing. There are 3 undefeated teams left in the Big Ten. Oregon, who you've now lost to and you've lost your tiebreaker. Penn State, who you have to go play. And Indiana, who you have to play. If Ohio State wins out, Ohio State controls its own destiny for the Big Ten championship, and which means Ohio State controls its own destiny to be the number 1 or number 2 seed in the college football playoff.
Just as it was before the game. Kevin.
Okay, next one. Mike Smith. The end of the game time management is a problem that's been there for years. You're in range, run the ball to the middle and kick it. I don't get it.
Well, so you wanted to settle for a field goal?
Settle for a 50. I mean, where were they on that last play? They were on like the 38-yard line or something like that. Yeah. I mean, that's a.
They wanted another 10 to 11 to 15 yards. They were saying, but initially they were down to the 28 until the pass interference call. Which then kicked them back to like the 43, and then they may have gotten to the like the 38 or somewhere in there.
They were on 3rd and 20 on the Oregon 38. That is a 55-yard field goal. So you want them to run the ball and set up a 50. That is a 55-yard field goal. So you run the ball, you get 5 yards, or set up a 50-yard field goal. Children, gather round. Let me tell you about a time that Ohio State played it conservatively, ran the ball to set up a 50-yard field goal, and then the clock struck midnight. Quite literally. That was the Peach Bowl. Everyone got pissed because he was conservative, and this is people who are pissed because the results were not. The process there was the process of Will Howard running the ball and taking too much time off the clock. That was. Allow me to assure you that was not the plan. That's not on Ryan Day.
If they believe that they need 10 to 15 yards, then a run up the middle, and I said it, like I thought they should just run the ball because then you're going to get at least like a 50-yarder. But if they're like, we need to be at 45, then running, you're going to have a shot. But they felt they had a good play with the flood to the boundary. They would be able to just get a quick pass to the sideline. Somebody flashed in front of Will Howard, so then he took off, and that was the game. That's one defensive guy in the right spot. You're done.
Well, I'm just trying to think back through Jaden Fielding trying to kick 50-yard field goals. Ryan Day got ripped for being conservative and settling for a 50-yard field goal before halftime against Michigan, which they missed. I mean, the history of Ohio State trying to kick 50-yard field goals, it's not that easy. That is not an easy kick, especially in a high-pressure moment like that.
Do you think if they would have run the ball for 4 yards, called a timeout, and miss it, do you think people are okay with them settling for that?
Absolutely not. No. And do you know how I know that? Because we have done a post-game show. We did a post-game show where both of us were like really sick in Atlanta doing a post-game show after the Peach Bowl. Everyone was pissed because they did exactly the thing that everyone's going now. Well, you should have done that.
Just 6 seconds is a terrible position to be in because you really can hardly do anything. It has to be immediate. And if it's not, you're done.
Well, it was a little bit of a bad break where it was 10 seconds and then Oregon took a penalty, but they don't put the 4 seconds back on the clock. So if the 4 seconds are back on the clock and you get 10 seconds, that's a whole different ball game. You got all sorts of stuff open for you.
Yeah. Kevin?
Yes. Readings by Dom. 2014 was a long time ago.
2014 was a long time ago. Do you know it was even longer?
Is that an Oregon fan?
No, I think it's probably an Ohio State fan
Okay.
talking about national championships.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
I didn't know if it was an Oregon fan talking about.
Who did they beat in the championship?
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I just think, you know, from 1968 to 2002, we're not counting 1970.
Mhm.
It's a long time between national
Mhm.
championships. 2002 to 2014.
Yeah.
Not as long as
30
it has been in the past.
34 years from 68 to 02, 12 years from 02 to 14, 10 years so far, 10 years and counting. But again, this season is not over for Ohio State. This is, if ever you were going to have a season where you lost a game and it had virtually no impact on your national championship hopes. Ohio State's national championship hopes are not any worse than they were coming in. They had a chance to make them significantly better. Oregon's national championship hopes are significantly better than they were because they are functionally in the college football playoff now. But Ohio State's chances of winning a national championship are, other than the fact that the Josh Simmons injury is a big issue, just their resume, where they're going to be in the polls. This doesn't really move the needle at all, other than the fact that, it was a missed opportunity.
Yep, Kevin?
Yes. Next one, Mike Smith. They should have been throwing it when Smith got his penalty. They were 15 yards closer and within range. Day in the end of close games is a pattern.
They were throwing it when.
I mean, they were
I
always
mean,
throwing it on that last drive because they didn't
right.
have they didn't have the time to
they
run
threw,
the ball.
Yeah, 2nd and 10 on the Oregon 28. Will Howard pass complete short middle to Jeremiah Smith, caught at the Oregon 21. And that's a pass interference. Then there was the next play was 2nd and 25 in the Oregon 43. Will Howard pass incomplete short right to G. Scott. Timeout Oregon. 3rd and 25 on the Oregon 43. Will Howard pass incomplete short left to Jeremiah Smith, thrown at the Oregon 30. 3rd and 20 at the Oregon 20. Then Will Howard runs. I mean, the plan was not for Will Howard to run the ball. They threw the ball on every play that you're saying they should have thrown the ball on. They were trying to throw the ball in the last one. Will Howard just made a bad decision.
Yeah, and as Will Howard said, it sucks when Jeremiah Smith gets that call against him when they're down there and they're in field goal range. When there's a lot of physicality going on the outsides, and I don't know how often you're going to see that call.
Yeah. Well, and if so, they've got the ball on the Oregon 28 at the start of that play. That's a 45-yard field goal
with like 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, and then they've got the 22 seconds, and after that play. 26 seconds before that play at the Oregon 28, that's a 45-yard field goal. 22 seconds at the end of that play, that's down to the Oregon 21, that's a 38-yard field goal. A 38-yard field goal is you got to yoink it to miss a 38-yard field goal.
Fielding made a 40
kicker.
earlier.
Yeah. I mean, that's now it's a big moment. You see college
sure.
kickers miss stuff; it happens. But if you're down at the 21 and you're down 1 point, your offense has done, even if you're down to 28, your offense has done what it needed to do to get you in a position to win. Oregon did not have enough timeouts to be able to, Ohio State could have run the clock down to 3 seconds, kicked, even if they just take a knee from there, which obviously is not a good process, and everyone would go just bananas if they did it. But just as a thought experiment, they could have just taken a knee 3 times or twice and then kicked a 45-yarder from there, and you're better than even money to make that.
Yeah.
So again, it's not, you're not actually going to do that. I'm not saying that's what they should have done, but just as a thought exercise, your offense has done basically what they needed to do to put you in a position to win. You just had a call that, that went against you, and then you had some stuff that didn't work out after.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, they fought that whole drive. I mean, they started coming back here after Will Howard got sacked for a 10-yard loss. Clock is running, and they fought down all the way to the 28, and then you get that penalty, and then losing 15 yards at that point is, that's essentially the ball game at that point.
Yeah.
And they still had the one play, but as soon as he took off, that was the ball game. And
well, you have these games where 2019, the Fiesta Bowl, it was the same thing. Ohio State has given up a touchdown. They come back, they answer. They're marching down the field. That was a hell of a drive, that Justin Fields drive at the Fiesta Bowl. And then they get into a scramble drill, and Christopher Olave goes the wrong way. Everything is a referendum on Ryan Day as a person and as a leader and as a whatever.
Soft program.
Right. Yeah. But all the actual, Ryan Day didn't break off his route in the Fiesta Bowl. Ryan Day didn't tell Will Howard to take off and run. They put themselves in a position where, this is why leave no doubt is a thing. They put themselves in a position where they could win, but it was not beyond to leave all all doubt away. Leave no doubt.
Appreciate that he's embracing that whole leave no doubt, because they know they've lost these games in the past, and they lost this one.
Yeah,
and they will move on. They will feel this one for a while. But as Will Howard said, as the coaches said, you can't let this game beat you twice.
Right. Well, and it's not going to beat them twice, because now they've got a week off. Now they're going to stew on this for a while. And, this is one where you don't want to be the team that gets complacent. That if they came out and won this game by 17 points and they spent the next 2 weeks getting told that everyone is great and everything is perfect, and then you come out and you're flat against Nebraska and everyone freaks out about that. And this is obviously not great, but this is not a devastating thing for them. Again, the result of this game is they're going to move down 2 spots in the polls or something. I mean, it just, they'll go from 2 to 4, 2 to 5, whatever. That's not, Alabama, Alabama looks not great. Yeah, Alabama lost to Vanderbilt last week and looked like crap against a not very good South Carolina team today at home. This is Ohio State having, you've got to just kind of take a deep breath. Georgia looked like crap and should have lost at Kentucky. Did lose to Alabama. And Alabama and Georgia, there's a lesson in there. Hey, remember last year when Georgia beat the ever-living hell out of Alabama in the regular season, and then they played again in the SEC championship game, and the different team won, and then Georgia, which had the best team in the country last year and would have won the national championship if they'd been in the playoff, didn't get in the playoff because they lost the SEC championship.
Yeah. And now I'm watching this one and thinking back to the Notre Dame game last year. They made the drive. They won the game. They didn't do it this one. It was their complacency following that one, and we're happy.
Yeah.
I think this is certainly going to wake them up. And from we had talked before this that there was such confidence in the game plan and in the offense and the defense that if something went wrong, there's going to be some revisiting. Need to be some revisiting. So they'll spend all the next 2 weeks doing that, and you would hope come out for the better for it, and learn from this one, Kevin.
Yeah, we got many
All
here,
right,
Rick.
okay.
Over 50. FK, yeah, go Ducks, and about 20 sirens.
20 sirens, go Ducks. Thank you for the super chat. I would say
let's just say nice things about Oregon for 30 seconds.
Okay. I loved the environment, the surrounding area, the consistent noise. I love the fact that up in the press box, the windows are open and it's not a quiet place. You have to shout at each other to be heard.
Yeah.
Which is, press box is supposed to be a working environment, except for the fact that in order to hear anything or to be heard, you have to yell at the guy next to you, or lady next to you. I was fantastic. I would recommend coming to this place, spending whatever money you need to spend reasonably just to experience it. I think Nebraska is still, but this was a fun time.
Yeah, this is a lot like Wisconsin. I mean, down to they play this song between the third and fourth quarters, and everyone jumps and has fun, and it's a fun area. It's a very pretty area. I mean, go back. Everyone's mad right now, and that's fine. Go ahead. When you want to lower your blood pressure, go back and watch the video that I shot walking to the game. I just went across the river to the University of Oregon campus, which is just on the other side of the Willamette River. Started with the big inflatable duck that you remember seeing going down the river in Indianapolis. Started there, walked across the river, just, hey, look, here's the Willamette River. Walk through the woods, and you walk through this winding path in the woods, and you come out, and then there's Autzen Stadium. It's a fantastic setting. It's a great stadium. I'm looking around right now. I do not think there's a bad seat in the house.
No.
And it is from the top of the stadium pictures, leaves are all red. It is a beautiful area.
Okay, Tom. Okay, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
That was only a very small super chat.
We're gonna count that against the next nice Oregon super chat.
Only a $2. No, it's $5. Sorry. Sorry. Tommy Devine, why did the clock not reset to 10 seconds after the Oregon penalty at the end? Shouldn't the play have reset the clock?
The clock does not reset because the play happened, and so it was not a false start. It was not a pre-snap penalty. It was a post-snap thing. So the time does go off the clock, and again, 6 seconds. There's almost nothing. It has to be perfect and precise, or else it's just, or you've got to get down. Throw it down so that there's 1 second left for either your 55-yard field goal or your Hail Mary, which they would have attempted a field goal. But
the one thing that I would like clarification on was the face mask penalty on Jordan Hancock that was on the touchdown down in the corner behind us here. It was a touchdown on whoever Denzel Burke was covering scored, but Jordan Hancock got called for a personal foul face mask on the touchdown, and they chose to enforce it on the kickoff. They didn't decline it. They chose to enforce it, but they chose to enforce it on the kickoff and not the PAT. That was the one that ended up being the squib that hit Caleb Downs. Ohio State saw this coming. Ohio State's, everyone loves to kill Ohio State special teams coaches. They had Caleb Downs out there on that kickoff. They announced number 2 is now wearing number 48. I'm like, what the? I have pictures of Caleb Downs out there. So I'm like, what the hell is Caleb Downs doing out there? And I turned to the guy next to me. He goes, I said, they think they're going to onside it, which maybe Oregon didn't recognize it, or maybe Oregon thought, well, this is such a great opportunity, we're going to do it anyway. But Dan Lanning said it was because they were on the 50. You're going to try and hit it. You're going to try. Ohio University was the one that started this. They hit a guy in the helmet with an onside kick like 5 years ago. And he said the plan was just hit it really hard right at him and hope he's, hope he doesn't catch it. And then if it goes past him, you're at the 50, it's a squib kick, and you're going to end up with terrible field position anyway. The whole reason they did that was because of that penalty, which I guess it's just if it's on a touchdown, probably because it's a personal foul, they still can enforce it. I'm guessing, but
just that alone cost you a possession.
It cost you possession. It cost you 3 points in the game you lost. And I'm sure the rule was enforced correctly. That was just one of those things where they said that, and I was like, I didn't know you could do that.
Well, and
those weird rule book quirks.
And it doesn't count as a turnover. Like initially in the stat box, it was a turnover, but then they just call it an onside kick or whatever. But just a simple face mask like that leads to that. If there's no face mask, it's just a regular kickoff into the end zone, and Ohio State takes the ball to 25 and has a possession and doesn't give up a scoring drive. Kevin.
Cali 707 kid with an Oregon avatar. That's what happens when you play Pop-Tart Tech and Marshmallow Universe every year like the Buckeyes do. People forget the Ducks have been good team, emoji, duck.
Didn't Oregon open with Idaho?
Idaho, yes. We said all the nice things about Oregon, and
that's done.
Oregon has played its entire existence prior to like 2 weeks ago in the Pac-12, which was Pop-Tarts the conference, except Pop-Tarts have a better TV deal. So, I mean, I hope those aren't gunshots. But, it's everyone's kind of just, firing off their hot takes right now. And so to speak. And that's fine. Thank you for the super chat. Ohio State's schedule this year, the non-conference schedule this year, is terrible because they were supposed to play Washington, and that game got canceled because Washington joined the Big Ten. So really, it's Oregon and Washington's fault that Ohio State's non-conference schedule is bad this year.
So thank you.
Next one, Shane Johnson, $20 million payroll and should have lost by 3 scores.
$20 million payroll and should have lost by 3 scores.
I feel like everyone needs to sign their super chats with who their team is.
Well, I think that one was probably Oregon, or since I'm from Northwest Ohio, an Oregon fan.
Yes.
But the whole $20 million thing, I knew that was going to be, people have been using that just so they could use it in a loss as well, or to discredit any kind of win. And even you see ESPN talking about the best team money can buy or whatever. They brought seniors back.
Or Oregon, of all the teams in the universe, Oregon is the one. I mean,
Dylan Gabriel, Dante Moore.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon, Ohio State paid to bring in a veteran Big 12 quarterback. LOL. Who could even? Can you? Oregon, Ohio State paid to bring in a young quarterback just as a backup from a 5-star. Can you imagine a team doing such a thing? Let me just trigger every Oregon fan right now.
Right.
Phil Knight has spent a bunch of money on the Oregon football program. Go ahead, yell at your scream.
Uncle Phil.
He also gives money to Stanford, so therefore, this is the single dumbest. Like this is 5 years ago. Everyone going, oh well, you're paying players under the table. Guess what?
Yeah. So Dylan Gabriel throws for 300 yards, transfer. Evan Stewart catches 150 yards, transfer. 3 starters in the secondary, transfers. Like This is college football.
I did like the moment where Will Howard, it was right before the Quinshon Judkins touchdown. Will Howard ran kind of like a QB power or something, and gets tackled like right at the goal line and stands up and like turns and like just kind of whacks the Oregon safety on the on the chest plate, and like the crowd was kind of like, oh, he's gonna be and it was him and Kobe Savage, I think, who is a safety for Oregon who played with Will Howard at Kansas State last year. So this is his buddy from his old school, and it was kind of just like, hey, nice, way to tackle me.
Yep,
you've been waiting to do that in practice for years.
All right, next one, Mike Smith. The fact this roster performs worse than Idaho or Boise State is a real problem and has been.
Did Idaho or Boise State lose by one? I mean, this is one of these shows where everyone's up in their feelings, and Ohio State could have lost by 3 scores. Sure, Oregon could have lost by 3 scores.
Yeah, well,
lots of stuff could happen. I mean,
getting up for Ohio State is different than getting up for Boise State or Idaho. Yeah. Nobody gets up for Idaho. The crowd was really, really good. It's not as good for a smaller team, a smaller opponent, but you can't compare one game to the next to the next. And this is a very different opponent for Ohio State, for Oregon. So Ohio State can go and beat somebody 20-2, like an Akron or whatever, and then 3 weeks later drop a 49-0 on Michigan State.
Yeah,
there's no transitive, nothing here.
Right. Yeah, and Oregon is a different team than they were. They've made some changes in the offensive line. It's a different team, and guess what? It's going to be a different team if and when these teams play again in Indianapolis.
Yep.
I'm expecting a different game, and I'm not saying a different result, but I'm expecting a different game to play out differently, and then they might get a chance to play the third time. I had this vision in my head before we were coming out here that Ohio State was going to play Oregon tonight, here and beat them, and then play them in Indianapolis and beat them, and then play them in like the semifinals and lose, and the absolute utter devastation that would cause. So good news, that's off the table. Like that's going to happen to someone at some point. That is going to happen to a team. You're going to beat them twice, and Tony, we've said it for years in college football. There's nothing harder in college football than beating a team 3 times in one season.
You're correct, Kevin.
Yeah, for all the times that happens. Irwin, same old defense, safe travels.
Same old defense from Irwin, safe travels. Thank you for the safe travels. Thank you for the super chat. Same old defense. They gave up, I think, about 300 yards-ish in the first half, over 200 yards in the second quarter. Then they cut that to 200 yards total in the second half. It's like, well, 200 yards in one half is still bad, especially on 4 drives.
Yeah.
Get more pressure.
Yeah.
Find a way to get more pressure, and the way to get more pressure is not let's keep doing what we did that hasn't gotten pressure. That's not going to work. Dylan Gabriel was fantastic in this game. Yeah. He got out when he needed, was able to stand in there. They were close a couple of times, but that happens. That's going. Everybody's close to getting sacked, and when throws are going off. So. Yeah, getting close is fine, but does that equate to the pressure rate? Like, oh, they almost got him. It's like, well, what good does that do?
Well, and there were plenty of times that there was, JT Tuimoloau was on the edge, and Gabriel's trying to get out real quick, and Tuimoloau's got his hands up, and it just misses, and you deflect one, and that turns into a pick.
That was on the fourth down, too.
There was one on one of the first. It might have been the first drive of the game. Oregon does that. They get a deflection like the first play of the game, and then it turns into a completion to G. Scott. I mean, it is a game of inches, and sometimes it goes your way, and sometimes it doesn't. And that was true for both teams. Yeah. There were plays that went one team's way, and ones that didn't.
The 4th and 1 that was a play action to Terrence Ferguson. He gets it out, and it just goes like right through a Buckeye. Had his 2 hands up there.
Yeah.
Could have knocked it down, almost knocked it down, and it's a completion for 30 yards or whatever.
Yeah. Well, and I'm just looking at the stats. 7.6 yards per play for Oregon, which is insane. 6.9 yards per play for Ohio State. They were very 6.9 yards per play in offense. That's a winning number. Yards per rush 5.0 to 4.3. I mean, this is, and Will Howard 28 of 35. That's generally going to be a winning number for you. 23 of 34 for Dylan Gabriel. He was 68% completions. Will Howard 80% completions.
Yeah.
And Will Howard's not throwing a bunch of checkdowns necessarily.
No, but we did see the deep shot to Jeremiah Smith, where Jeremiah Smith had to wait and wait for it. And he was open immediately, but there's a process that Will Howard had to go through to then unleash the ball, and he just didn't.
Yeah,
couldn't throw it the 65 yards that he needed. Instead, it was like 55.
Oh, we have 7 more super chats.
Okay, let's get to
10 minutes on them, and it's great stuff, but we're falling behind.
Sorry,
Kevin wants Del Taco.
Kevin wants to not drive 2 hours. Mike Smith, is the 4-2-5 the problem without having first-round picks everywhere? Talent is there.
You don't need. I mean, you shouldn't need first-round picks everywhere to have a outstanding defense. But is the 4-2-5 the problem? I mean, everybody runs some version of a 4-2-5. Like every major program, Oregon runs some 4-2-5. You'll see it just about everywhere. The real question is, why is this 4-man front not getting pressure? Everything starts with the pressure. I expected to see more from Tyleik Williams and Ty Hamilton on the interior. I don't know that we really saw much there. And then second half, we saw them get tired, or they saw them start to run the ball more. We didn't. I was wondering, like, how much did Tyleik Williams play? He played a ton, but he was also not out there on 3rd and longs. They'd bring the rushman, and that's when he would get his rest. But I was expecting more from the tackles in this one.
He had 5 tackles. Ty Hamilton had 3 tackles. I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't. I was
expecting some dominating plays in there.
I was expecting a dominating game from Tyleik Williams, and it was fine.
Yeah, and then so often these pass rushes that just go way outside, way around, and Dylan Gabriel can just step in really easily and do what he needs to do. Kevin?
Yeah. Should I take that off the screen? FBR is great. Can you guys ask Dave next week about clock management with less than 2 minutes left in the close game? First halves versus Michigan, Georgia, Oregon.
Again, I don't have any issue with the clock management at the end of the game. They had 1 minute and 40-some seconds, a timeout. All they needed to do was go about 50 or 60 yards, and they did it.
Yeah.
And then there was a penalty, and then they
did it with margin. They were down at the 28 with 26 seconds and a timeout.
Yeah.
Like that. That's you're ahead of schedule. I mean, no one has been more consistently complaining about 4th down decision making and clock management over the years than I have.
Yeah.
This ain't it, Chief. Like, that's not the problem. That has been the problem in the past. That was not the problem.
No, I would agree. Kevin?
Yes, next one. Erwin, what if we just run the ball for 2 yards before the OPI and kick a 42-ish yard field goal? Crazy, right?
Yeah, well, so you're going to – if you run the ball for 2 yards before the OPI and you kick a 42-ish – well, it was a 48-yard, I think, field goal at that point, a 45-yard field goal. 45. So your concern at that moment, your concern is whatever you do, don't throw the ball to Jeremiah Smith. I mean, you can look at this and go, well, if they had done this differently, sure. Well, why didn't you tell Ryan Day on Wednesday this week? Listen, I know you think this Jeremiah Smith kid is good. Stay away from him. He's bad news in the final minute of a game because they're going to call a subjective penalty on him in this crucial moment when they have really not called. There really were not many subjective penalties. There was a lot of false start, delay of game. Those are objective penalties. The clock hits 0, it's delay of game. You're set and your left tackle jumps before the ball is snapped. That's a very objective penalty. They didn't call really subjective penalties all night, and then they called them in that moment. And whatever you can say that was, you can say it wasn't. Whatever. That's really not the point here. Throwing the ball to Jeremiah Smith there. He's a guy you trust in that moment. You trust your quarterback in that moment. They made the play. They just got called for a penalty. Like and if you run the ball up the middle for 2 yards and you kick a 42-yarder, what is that with a college kicker? Jaden Fielding, 42 yards in that moment with that pressure. This crowd.
Clearly, Ryan Day
what is that? What is that? A 75% chance he makes that? 70% chance,
I'd say
maybe
55 to 60, just because of the pressure. But and clearly, Ryan Day wasn't comfortable doing that, and they had time to work with. It's just the penalty was unfortunate and ruined what was a plan that was working almost to perfection at that point.
If that is a throw that goes into double coverage and gets picked off, then we can have a conversation about your risk tolerance there. That was the process, this is a process versus results conversation again. Just because the results were bad doesn't mean the process was bad. If the process is bad, that's one thing. If the results are bad, the process is good, that's a completely different conversation.
And I said it an hour ago. Would people be happy if they ran it there and missed a field goal? And the answer is no. Kevin.
No, they would.
You're assuming.
Mike Smith. You see, and now we've gotten backed up. I don't know what he's referring to, but I was talking about the penalty before the penalty ever happened. They didn't need the yards before the penalty. I do not understand why that's asking too much. I'm assuming it's the OPI.
Okay. So it's the question we just answered because if you're settling for a 45-yard field goal there, instead of saying you have this wide receiver who is freakish and is basically has been nearly perfect this season if you throw it incomplete, you throw it incomplete, and it's not a bad thing. If you throw it to him and he makes a play, great. You pick up some yardage. It's a shorter kick. The clock keeps moving. You have the opportunity to maybe call a timeout, or if you pick up a first down. I mean, the process there was fine. You don't like the results because they had a penalty called and that screwed up the whole drive. The process to get them to that point and the process to get them to pick up 7 yards there, the process is fine. You don't like the results, and that's fine, but you can't retcon a decision based on the fact you don't like the results, even though the process was fine.
And you can't assume you're actually going to get any yards on the run. Go back to the Georgia game.
Yep.
They ran it and got nothing. They thought they were going to get 5, 6, 7 yards because Georgia wouldn't be expecting it.
Yeah.
They got nothing.
That was bad process, bad results. The process was fine, but bad results.
So then you run it here and you get nothing. Do you call a timeout then? Because then you can't do anything.
Then you're really in trouble.
Totally pot committed at that point.
Yeah.
You throw the ball here, it's like if it's incomplete, we're still fighting.
Yeah.
So if you know you're going to get 6 yards, fine. You have no idea that you're going to get that.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Another one from Mike Smith. Okay, let me spell it out. Once you get into range at the 21-yard line, from right there, you run to the middle and kick. Not throw and risk it.
They never got to the 21.
They got to the 21 on the play where the OPI happened. They never got to the 21-yard line. This is I don't know how many times we can explain it, but they were at the 28-yard line. That is a 45-yard field goal. That is a long-ish field goal given the atmosphere, given the moment.
125 decibels.
Right, yeah. I mean, that's a 45-yard field goal is not a field goal that you go, he's got this. You go, he might have this.
If Ohio State if Ruggles had made that kick against Georgia,
yes,
maybe they settle for a 45-yarder.
Yeah,
they don't want to have any part of settling for a 45-yarder, having settled for a 50-yarder that has haunted them to this day.
That a lot of the same people in the chat were at that point rightly screaming about, because that was bad process.
Yes.
This process was absolutely fine. And no one has been more critical of the process and decision making on fourth downs and clock than I don't ask Ryan Day that many questions. A whole bunch of them over the years have been about
for sure
fourth down, clock management. When it's bad, we will tell you it is bad. It was absolutely fine. You don't like it because the result was bad.
We went for it in minus territory, got it. I mean, this was Georgia Ryan Day largely.
Yeah.
They just didn't have CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
The fourth down decisions, they were aggressive. The crowd was fantastic throughout. They didn't care. It's like, we can get 1 yard. We can get 2 yards. We'll bring out the T formation. We'll get it.
I just thought about CJ Stroud throwing to Jeremiah Smith.
Well,
oh man, we need a time machine, because I would love to see that offense. Holy Moses.
Kevin.
All right,
we're down to 2 at this point. Straight dog. Oregon held all night. Fine. Zebras call OPI, which let 15 seconds run off the clock. Love to know the helmet comm after OPI. Good, it's a 12-team playoff. Crazy game. Don't like the end of game management.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the end of game management we've beaten into the ground. I think that the OPI call, it was like rule book. Yeah. He pushed. There was separation.
How many times does that happen in a game?
Right. How many times that happen in a game? How many times? It is like holding in that you could call holding on just about every play, and they don't, because otherwise that would completely derail the game.
It happened on the Oregon sideline too.
Yeah, and that's one of those. There was a couple plays earlier where I thought, you could call a defensive hold or whatever, and it was like, but I understand why you don't want to make that call in that moment. You don't want to make it, decide the game, and that's fine. And they've had to be pretty consistently calling that all night. or not calling that all night. It had been a lot of the subjective things were pretty, we're going to get called for a couple of legal man downfield kind of things. That's a very objective thing. You were allowed to go this far, you went that far, that's too far, it's a penalty. False starts for Ohio State. They called the objective penalties, OPI, some of that stuff. It's like, yeah, there's a rule, but it's very subjective. Holding is very subjective. And that was a call that decided the game. Yes, of course, there are calls that you could look at and go, yeah, well, Jack Sawyer got held on this play, and guess. Let me tell you a story. It strums guitar like a youth pastor. Tony, let me tell you the story about another game where they didn't call very many penalties and then called one at a crucial moment. Let me tell you about a man named Terry Porter, Tony. And guess what? Like, sometimes that happens, and sometimes it goes in your team's favor, and sometimes it goes in the other team's favor. You can look at this, and it's like, if that OPI had not gotten called, and they kick a game-winning field goal, everyone's much happier right now. They still don't have Josh Simmons. It's still you're still in functionally a very similar place where you control your own destiny to get to the Big Ten championship game, and then it's up to you to win there in terms of getting a top 2 seed.
It was very interesting when Josh Simmons went down. Luke Montgomery immediately went in, and then he looked like he was standing at guard, and Donovan Jackson was standing at left tackle. And then Zen Mahalski went in and sent Luke Montgomery out. So I thought that was pretty interesting. We'll see if maybe that's the way they go for the next game. Kevin.
Segue into one from El Suzabo. Do you think we should have benched Burke and played Jermaine Matthews?
Should Denzel Burke have been given an opportunity to sit and watch and get Jermaine Matthews out there? I think if you were ever going to do it, this is one of those games. But he's a senior. I believe he's a captain. You don't like doing that. Tim Walton certainly didn't want to do that. But when you are getting, as you said, recruits are saying number 10 guy was getting cooked.
Yeah.
If he's not going to lock in, you get somebody else in. I mean, you can't be friends with all. It's got to be about. You all came back for a reason. Your brothers came back for a reason. I can't let you out here to not ruin it, but put a dent in it.
Yeah, and this was not. You can look at these games and go, this was. I mean, lots of people have been saying Ryan Day lost this game. Will Howard lost this game with that decision on last thing, or the officials lost this game with the OPI, or Denzel Burke lost this game with the giving up some long plays. There's a lot of stuff that went into that. I do think I used the hockey analogy earlier, where you have sometimes your goalie's just not having it. Like you Columbus folks know Elvis Merzlikins. I mean, it happens. Like, you have a bad game sometimes, and you pull the goalie, and it's like, you know what? Yeah, it sucks, man. Everyone watched you skate off the ice, but you've given up 4 goals in your first 6 shots. Like, it's not your night. That happens. Like, this was very much I wonder when they're going to do that, because it was not his night. And at some point, it's very easy to say you have to have a short memory. At some point, he was getting beat in a way that you don't ever see him get beat. And I don't think Evan Stewart is Jeremiah Smith and Ryan Williams, smushed, Voltron together. So I think there was a little bit of, you're in your head a little bit. And at that point, maybe you do pull him and just go, look, you've been a great player for a number of years. You're going to continue to be a great player. Tonight ain't your night. We're going to just take a drive off. Even you have Jermaine Matthews. I thought absolutely bring him in, just unplug it, wait 30 seconds and plug it back in.
If you can pull a Cy Young winner off the mound in the 3rd inning, you can pull a college senior off the field.
Yeah.
And I mean, and it wasn't just Stewart. Tess Johnson got him. The guy that came in for Trayshawn Holden got him for a catch. Kevin, sorry.
No, I was just saying 3. I'm just keeping you informed.
Okay.
Straight off. DNs are too good not to be getting pressure. Seem to be slow off the ball at times. D-line left their gaps at times in the run game. Thoughts?
Yeah, defensive line did not have a great night. And that's, I mean, they didn't have a great night in the way that they have not had great nights somewhat consistently over the last few years. That just feels as if it's like there's something that just isn't clicking there. There's a little bit of a disconnect in there for whatever reason. You have the talent, you have, they're almost getting there, but we talked about this. I remember talking about this when Jonathan Cooper was on the team. It's like you have these, high 4-star, 5-star guys, and it's like so almost there. And it's like you're having an impact, but you're not really dominating the game, and you sort of were expecting them to dominate the game, especially in the interior of the defensive line, and it just didn't quite happen.
Yeah, just got a text from Kevin about Oregon perhaps putting 12 men on the field on purpose to ensure that no big play was gained, but then also knowing that it would take time off the clock regardless of what happened, which is pretty sneaky, sis, if you ask me. So again, that's Dan Lanning getting crazy.
Yeah, well, but that's also leave no doubt. Like this is the leave no doubt thing. Like you have to put yourself outside of the margin of the other coach does something a little bit wacky to, sort of tweak the rules in his favor.
Kevin.
Yes, Tim Weinbrenner, Duck fan. Is it as weird to you as it is to me and all the people I know at Oregon that Oregon is in the Big Ten? Y'all are fantastic. Enjoy Del Taco.
Is it weird that Oregon is in the Big Ten?
I thought so until I got here, and I was like, man,
you're right.
You know what? I could do this. Yeah. So you're telling me, like, we drove down here, we stayed up in Portland, we drove down here, we drove past Corvallis, and I got this little in my chest, like, man, I know this is going to be cool. I feel really bad for Oregon State and their fans because they really got hosed on this whole deal. And same thing with Wazoo. I feel a little bad saying this. I'm totally cool with this. Like, this was great. This is a great. Oh, you're telling me we get to come here instead of West Lafayette or Piscataway?
Maryland?
Oh no, I don't get to go to College Park this year.
Like, just being here, like, this is Big Ten. I don't know. I don't think this is Pac-12. I don't know that UCLA is Big Ten, but they get to ride the coattails. But even the drive here, there have been times where on the right side of the road, it looks like the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
On the left side of the road, there are little tiny mountains, and it looks like something else. And I've had a blast here, and this very much felt like an electric Big Ten atmosphere in a smaller stadium, but as loud as anything I've ever experienced.
Well, you know what this felt like? This felt like the start.
Yeah. Well, we said it before the game.
This is the start. Mm-hmm. This is, everyone's mad, and we get it, and you're upset, and it's fine. Like, you're allowed to be upset. We are excited that you are passionate about Ohio State football to the point that you're extremely mad about a 1-point road loss to the number 3 team in the country. The fact that you are nuts, brackets, congratulatory, or as nicely as I can say, insane. That's what keeps us in business, and we appreciate it. But this is not the final. This is not the death of Ohio State football. In fact, they lost by 1 point on the road to the number 3 team in the country. This is the start of what is, if we have more games like this, sign me up. Like, this is gonna. There's still going to be plenty of games that are not like this, but man, more games like this, yes, please.
Yeah, and we said it in the pregame show where these teams won't be scheduled to play every year, but they may average more than one game a year between the two, and feels like a real rivalry that has begun today.
Yep,
Kevin.
Just lost everything in the chat except the super chat. Erwin, if you can dodge a wrench, you can catch an onside kick that hits you in the gut.
Okay,
try it.
Yeah, well, that's you're 10 yards away. Yeah. You're not. I mean, you're watching those guys. I have taken pictures of those up men, and they are. It's like a golden retriever with a tennis ball. Like, they are locked in. You see their eyes on the ball until after they're watching the tee after the ball leaves. They are locked in. That ball's coming real hard, and it's coming from 10 yards away. It's coming right at you, and you're not. Those guys are not up there
no
catching. In a catching position.
And even if they were, it wouldn't matter.
Right? Yeah. It's just that's just not a lot of time.
We're at the 9-yard line, and I'm looking at the goal line right now.
Oh yeah.
Just imagining trying to catch something that is, was it 50, 60 miles an hour?
Well,
oblong.
Do you remember the Stu Scott story about the jugs machine at Jets camp, where he went to Jets camp and he was going to show them what a hot shot he was? This is like 25 years ago, and he told them he's like fire one through there. Just, you don't need to turn it down. Just fire one through there. And I think he broke his eye socket or something. Like, you don't understand how fast it's coming and how close it is. It's like going to a hockey game. A lot of hockey analogies tonight, Tony. You don't understand how fast a hockey game until you sit in like the third row, and then you're watching the puck just zipping. It's like you barely see it. It's going so fast. That's football. Allow me to assure you, as someone who spends a lot of time very close to football fields, these players are bigger and stronger and faster than you can possibly imagine. I am not a small individual, and I have my camera up like this to get pictures of guys up next to me because they're all 6'7", 300 and something pounds, and also can run faster than anyone in your neighborhood.
Well, and Ohio State was expecting something, and it was an absolutely perfect kick. Like, how many times is he going to be able to do that out of 10 times? To just first hit somebody, and then second recover it. So, I mean, that was a very, very, I'm not going to say lucky. There was skill involved in hitting it perfectly. They were fortunate to be able to recover that.
Well, and this is another one of these things where, again, everyone's going to say you're making excuses. Go back and rewatch any of a number of shows, post-game shows in recent years. We have not been shy about telling you when the Ohio State special teams coaching staff is screwing up. Like the Ohio State special teams coaching staff has screwed the pooch in the person of a name that everyone knows because the Ohio State coaching staff, the special teams coaching staff, has screwed the pooch so consistently in big moments. The coaching staff, they were ready. They had a different player out there to the point that I looked at it and I looked at Caleb Downs. I took pictures of Caleb Downs and I said to the person next to me, they have Caleb Downs out there because they're expecting an onside kick. They were ready. Like, they just didn't get the bounce. Like, Oregon executed perfectly, and you sometimes you just got to kind of tip your hat.
Kevin?
We're caught up.
Oh, we're caught up.
Tony, can I tell you that I just remembered that we have to do a morning show with Kevin after this before we leave the stadium? No, I can assure you we're not.
I can assure you we're doing that.
Uh-oh. Production meeting.
Well, we're going to have a production meeting now, so
do we want to wrap up then? Is that what you're telling me?
Unless you want to just do a morning show right now with me.
Want to thank you all for tuning in, for sticking with us through this.
We're trying to get them seated.
Are we going to? Okay, so are we going to toss back to? Okay.
So we're going to go back for the post game.
We're going to send it back to Mark and Devin because we have successfully.
I see Mark.
Yeah, we successfully. Yeah, we anticipated. We anticipated that you guys were probably going to be spirited.
Don't leave just yet.
You may get a different take on the game from Mark and Devin. I was not there for their show earlier, but you may get a slightly different take, which will probably, I'm sure, be a more welcomed take if it is different than mine. So,
I would just say this was a great environment, fantastic game.
Yeah.
I think everybody except for Ohio State fans enjoyed it. I don't think that this is the kind of loss. If you're going to lose this game, lose it this way in terms of public opinion.
Lose a 1-point game on the road in the final minute.
Yeah.
This is the best possible loss. It sucks.
Yes.
And frankly, Ohio State fans should have been enjoying the hell out of the first 59 minutes and 30 seconds or so of this game because this was a banger of a game.
Yeah. So, all right, we won't keep Mark and Devin waiting any longer. We will toss to you guys. Thank you all for tuning in for the Buckeye Weekly Podcast. We now send it back over to Mark and Devin. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed Eugene. A little jealous I wasn't along for this one, but sounds like you guys had a good time. And again, it's a tough loss. And we harped on a lot of things, at the beginning of the show about why they lost and the pattern kind of some similar things rearing their ugly head. But ultimately, I was asked this week about the Big Ten championship game and what I felt who I felt would be in the Big Ten championship game. And this is when I had Ohio State winning a close one versus losing a close one like they did tonight. And I said, it's going to be a rematch of Ohio State, Oregon. And I think the way the schedules align, I think it's even more likely now that Ohio State lost, because I think they're going to get, obviously you're a 1-point loss on the road is going to be looked at pretty favorably, but they're going to get their chance at the other teams. I mean, and I think it was Tom. I think Tom said it best. Ohio State essentially still controls their own destiny for everything, for making the Big Ten championship game, for being a top seed in the playoff, for being getting a first round bye, everything. There's really nothing off the table. So it's got to be one of those things where if you're in that locker room, you have to get over this, right? I mean, you have to try as angry as you are right now, you have to quickly move on because you're going to have a chance to have this team right in front of you again in, was it 8 weeks, something like that?
No, it's a great point. And, again, like I've been mentioning myself and Tom and Tony were talking about in the show, in the, post game show there was, it's a new era of college football, very well could play this game 2 more times this season, Big Ten championship. And who knows, say they run into each other in this new 12-team playoff. So again, 100%, you're exactly right. This is not as strange as it is to say, but it's where we're at this day and age of college football. This was not a season-ending, catastrophic, all is lost type game. I'll go back and let's compare some, seasons from years past. But you go back to 2005, big. Well, at that, then it was a non-conference game, but the big, trying to find a comparison there. Texas, close loss to Texas, and then you had a close loss to Penn State. When that was a team that was talking national championship aspirations, and fell short of that. Still ended up beating Notre Dame in the Fiesta Bowl. But day and age college football now, yeah, it was a loss. You don't like to lose, but Coach Knowles said it best in his press conference was, you can't lose this game twice. And I know we keep talking about themes that keep manifesting themselves, but again, you still have the opportunity to the way college football is designed now, that if they're able to go and correct and get better, that that this is not a catastrophic loss anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those things where it's super frustrating. And it can be super frustrating because of kind of the way these things seem to continue to happen. There seems to be a common theme to some of these big losses, but it does differ from Georgia and does differ from last year's Michigan game in that everything is still in front of you. So in that vein, yeah, it's kind of perfect. This is the perfect comment right now. I'll throw this up here. From Hummus Hero, still feels catastrophic though. 1,000%. I mean, if one or two things go different, it's euphoric if you're an Ohio State fan, and yet it still wouldn't have guaranteed you winning the Big Ten. It still wouldn't have, but it's just one of those games where I think Ohio State fans wanted to get one of these because it's not been a great record in these types of games the last few years. And I just think from a morale standpoint, it was just one of those games where it felt even bigger than it actually was. And it was a big game, but it wasn't a season ending game. And so at the end of the day, is for all of our criticisms at the beginning, it is still a season that everything is still in play. And if they win the rest of their games, they're going to play in Indianapolis. And if they win the rest of quite frankly, if they win all but one of the rest of their games, regular season games, are going to be in the playoff. They still have room to lose another one, which I know no one wants to hear and certainly no one wants to see, but it's the new era of college football. And it's not NFL level yet, because you can go 11 or 10-7 and win the Super Bowl. It's not quite to that point, but I think people do have to recalibrate a little bit in terms of what these losses mean. Again, my bigger concern is not that they lost this game by a point. It's that there are things that, especially defensively, but also again with the end of game management and things like that, but especially with defensively, that continue to sort of be the reason they don't win these games. It's okay, what's going to change between now and I guess when they would play Oregon again, maybe, or at least what's going to change between now and Penn State? I have more confidence in the Penn State game. I don't know if Penn State brings the same level of fear from a defensive standpoint for Ohio State that Oregon speed can strike into you. But again, just different reality we're in now, Devin.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. We're not quite NFL, and you made a couple great comments there that I want to touch on. One, we're not quite NFL, but we're closer to it than we are college football, if that made any sort of sense. Meaning that this could have been a season ender, in terms of goals, aspirations, national championship last year, even, but potentially. It's not that way anymore, and we keep harping on that. You bring up a great point about this is the type of game you want to see Ryan Day pull out. And it seems like every year, it doesn't seem like it is. Every year there's this close game, big top 10, top 5 matchup. Find ways to lose instead of find ways to win. One other comment too, it's almost like, at the same token, it is, you got to give Ryan Day credit. He doesn't have that crazy drop a game for no good reason whatsoever, that his predecessor seemed to have there towards the tail end of his tenure at Ohio State. So there is something to be said for that. But, again, this is the type of game you like to see them finally get over that hump and find a way to win it instead of explaining their way away the ways that they lost it. But something you said too, and I don't think this doesn't need to get lost, is say they kick the field goal and win there by 2 points at the end. The issues that manifested themselves in this game, and I guess you could say specifically defensively, are still there regardless of outcome. There is still a lot of coaching to be done and issues that need to be addressed and corrected for this team to make a run at the goals that they have not been shy about discussing. I mean, kick, no kick, clock management there at the end. You still surrendered 500 yards of offense, 350 in the air, 150 on the ground. Couldn't force a second half change of possession. You mentioned, we talked about that earlier. In the big games, they can't find, for some reason, they can't create a punt. They can't get a team to punt. And then you have, can't generate a pass rush. Only had 2 tackles for loss. I mean, these issues are there regardless whether or not they get a field goal off or not at the end of the ball game. Now, those are still a lot of glaring issues that need to be addressed, going forward the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I would still, like, I have my 3 and out ready, and I knew it was going to have to maybe be adjusted, tweaked a little bit based on how Ohio State finished. But I was still going to be talking about the defense in these big games. And so these issues are still there. It's more painful to experience this end of it than, had you kicked a field goal, but it also may be easier to get things straightened out. I mean, it's always easier to coach after a loss. Because it comes off more genuine maybe to the players. Whereas if you win a game like this, like, what are you complaining about? We won. We beat the number 3 team in the country on the road by 2 points, and they've lost 1 time in their last 35 home games. And you're telling us we need to fix all these things. Well, what do what do you mean? Well, now, you take your loss. Maybe it's a little easier to get points across. Maybe it's a little easier for the coaches to make some changes instead of, we didn't do everything we wanted to do, but we got through it. We got the win, whatever. Maybe this forces Jim Knowles to take a closer look at some things. But it's something's got to give on defense with the situational stuff and everything else. But I do so TW comment here. Oregon didn't play well. What's that say? I would not go that. Oregon played well. Let's not get carried away. As we kind of mentioned earlier in the show, there are things that Oregon probably, just like Ohio State, would have liked to clean up. But to say Oregon didn't play well, 500 yards of offense, 0 turnovers, the great special teams play and call, didn't play well. What was it, like their A++ game? No. Was it like a C- game? There's just no way. How many times do you think Ohio State and Oregon could play, and Oregon would have a clean turnover sheet, be basically +2 in turnovers? You know, it's only technically +1. They don't count the onside, the squib kick there as a turnover, but essentially be +2 in turnovers, clean score sheet on their end, 500 yards of offense. Like how many times do you think out of 100 iterations of this game do you think that happens? I'm guessing it doesn't happen more than a handful. So I don't agree that they didn't play well. I thought they played well. I thought they had things just like Ohio State where they would have left the field tonight if it was 34-32 and they lost. They would have been doing what Ohio State's doing right now. Like, man, this or this here and there. But to act like Oregon just played like below average no, Oregon played a really good game. Dylan Gabriel played a really good game. Those receivers played a really good game. The offensive line for Oregon played a really good game. I can't agree with the idea that Oregon didn't play well.
No, I agree. I think Oregon played a really good game, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. I thought their offensive coordinator Will Stein had a phenomenal game plan, and we keep going back to the defense, but that's credit to Oregon's offensive staff for the game plan they put together, and the players going out there and playing one heck of a ball game. So no, I agree. I agree with you that Oregon played really well. Again, you can nitpick. That's what you do. You go back and find all stuff you can improve upon, but. Again, 500 yards of offense. That was a pretty good ball game and clean turnovers. I didn't even realize that until you said it again. I'd kind of forgotten that. Lost in the mix there. They did not. And that was one of the criticisms, if I recall correctly, was that the quarterback had thrown some crucial interceptions throughout the beginning of the season. But really, really good ball game from the Oregon football team.
Yeah, I mean, I thought again, whichever team lost tonight, it was going to really sting. It was going to really sting because I think both teams probably felt that they had their opportunities to win the game, and one or two bounces, one or two things, they win the game, and that's where Ohio State's at right now, and it's where Oregon would have been had Ohio State, maybe not got the OPI or gotten a few more positive plays there at the end and kicked a game-winning field goal. So, it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, I think there will be a rematch. It's possible there isn't. I mean, I think the Penn State Ohio State game in a few weeks is going to be a de facto semifinal for the Big Ten. Oregon is virtually a lock at this point to get in the Big Ten championship. And then I think it'll come down to the winner of Ohio State, Penn State. So if they match up again, it's going to be interesting. Jordan Birch will likely be back. Boy, I didn't like Ryan Day's comment at the end about Josh Simmons, though. And I wanted to, as we kind of turn toward maybe some of the other stuff here, I thought there were a couple bright spots tonight for Ohio State in terms of things I think they can carry with them. I thought. And yes, before anyone, I'll get in front of this before anyone comments on this because I'm not totally oblivious to the false starts. Like, you can't have the false starts. But in terms of actual play, I thought the offensive line played really well again tonight, and they did it with this mishmash of guys. Tegra goes out for a while. They lose their best offensive lineman, their left tackle. Zen Mahalski comes in. It's like, oh boy, how's this going to go? And it went okay. Like, it didn't sink them. They had a pretty clean pocket for Will Howard to work from. They had pretty good lanes in the running game. It's not like Oregon was getting a lot of negative plays in the running game. So I thought that was a positive. Like, if you would have told me before the game started, like, they're going to get 470 yards of offense. They're going to run the ball well. They're going to throw for over 300. Will Howard's going to not turn the ball over. By the way, the offensive line's got two guys go out of the game, and they're still going to hold it together and play a pretty good game. I would have signed up for that in a heartbeat. So I think that was the one thing that, that was one of the things tonight. I was like, oh, that was actually good to kind of see the offensive line be able to step up in that situation. But that's just for 30, 40 minutes. if Simmons is out for the season, and gosh, did it sound like that from what Ryan Day said? I mean, it sounds like Ryan Day thinks he blew his knee out. How does that impact things? I think Simmons is their best offensive lineman. Maybe it's McLaughlin though, but I think Simmons, and especially given his position as at left tackle, I mean, this could be significant.
Yeah, and again, going to something I just mentioned before, say they kick a field goal and win by 1 or win by 2, whatever it would have been, you still got big issues there on the offensive line with arguably your 1A or 1B best offensive lineman sounds like is going to be done for the year. And that's something, again, if you want to talk about lucky bye week, have the opportunity to figure out who that answer is potentially going to be, as they did a little bit of shuffling to try that early in the game, moving left guard to left tackle and bringing in another left guard and eventually just bringing in the backup left tackle. And again, to your point, you got to give some credit where credit's due. They were playing part of this ball game with 2 backup offensive linemen in the game, and still did relatively well offensively, to your point. But again, that win or lose, that's still going to be a huge issue for the offensive line, especially the left tackle position, with your guy who's probably playing the best ball, or 1A, 1B, like I mentioned, best ball with Ohio State center. So that's, again, bye week, got really lucky there that they're going to have opportunity to try and sort that out and see what your answers are potentially going to be there on the left side of the offensive line.
Yeah, that to me, again, I think that it was Tom or Tony said it during their portion, and which I agreed with, was the potential loss of Simmons is probably a worse thing for their championship hopes than actually losing this game. So that was one thing that coming out of this game, you're going to have to figure out. The other thing that from my perspective, I hated the timing of the first bye week. They had just felt like they had started to get into a groove. And then you're pulling them off the field for a week. And I know they didn't do the full bye. I know they did like improvement week, whatever they were calling it, where they did some work and things like that. But I kind of like the bye week now. I think I would have liked it no matter what, win or lose tonight. I think, if you win, you don't have to go right back out there and lay an egg, maybe like the way Alabama did against Vanderbilt. You have a week to sort of refocus yourself. At the same time, losing this game and now having the bye, I think the players are going to want to immediately play. Like the players are going to want to and probably even the coaches. I think everyone in that locker room probably wants to go out there in 7 days and play another game. But I kind of like the idea of them having to take a little extra pain here. And, you're not going to go right out there in 7 days and get to play another game. You got to sit on this one for 14 days before you can go out there. And I kind of like that from a motivational perspective.
I agree, but I'm going to give you a counterpoint, something to think about and talk about here. This is a very veteran team. I don't believe or feel, if you will, that you should have to generate extra motivation. I think emotion and motivation even is something that is kind of fly by the seat of your pants. It's really more about developing discipline, if you will, and habits that manifest itself in the game. And I think that's really what they got to work on. Because again, here we are, we keep talking about it's a big game where, 500 yards of offense was surrendered by this defense, and, couldn't create a negative play, couldn't create off the field. You can be, I think even Coach Lanning mentioned this in the post game, and maybe that's why it's fresh in the front of my head there. First, my thoughts was, it still comes down to playing. You can be as pumped up and rah and slapping your helmet and screaming and hollering all you want, but if you can't knock back the guard, no matter how amped up you may be for whatever reason, what good is that emotion? And I think that's the thing that we really need to look at here is, what do we got to generate? What does the team need to do to create those habits that need to manifest themselves in these big games? Because it's going to happen. And then, the opportunity is going to be there again here in a few weeks. So they got to be able to fix something there.
not to beat a dead horse, but we probably have a bunch of new viewers since we were talking about it the first time around. What does Jim Knowles do here the next, 2 weeks, or even just the bye week? There has to be some soul searching. There has to be some level of self-awareness, recognition that, hey, the defense keeps playing really, really bad in these big games, especially in second halves. We don't force punts. We don't force turnovers. We get caught in these man situations, cover 0, cover 1, but these man situations when we shouldn't really be in those coverages. We don't support our corners with extra pressure when they're in these man-to-man situations. Like, what are you doing here in the bye week to fix this? Because it hasn't been fixed. So is this finally the wake-up call, knowing that, like, hey, the season's still in front of it. Like, the season's not over. Win the rest of your games. Get your rematch with Oregon. You can still win a Big Ten championship. You can still make the playoff. You can still get a bye in the playoff. So you're almost getting a mulligan here. But you have to be able, it's one thing to get a mulligan, get a breakfast ball or whatever. But if you hit your mulligan 50 yards out of bounds, what good was that? So what has to change, or what can Jim Knowles do here during the bye week, because this is going to be a legitimate bye week, to fix the same sort of issues creeping up?
As you were talking there, the first thing I thought of was, what is the identity going to be of the defense? What are we going to hang our hat on? And I'll go back kind of through the years of previous defensive coordinators, at least far back as I can remember. Mark D'Antonio was, hey, we're going to be a 3-deep under front defense. We're going to play, the bend but don't break. That's going to be who we are. We're going to drop 8 and third down. We're going to spy with the late great Will Smith. That's going to be who we are. We're going to get really good at that. You flash forward a few years. Jim Haycock was, hey, you know what? We're just still, he was still kind of a bend but don't break. You have a bit more fire zone, a bit more multiple. But at the end of the day, hey, we're going to be a 4-2-5 team. We're going to play to some 3-deep coverage, quarter, half, and this is who we are at the end of the day. Chris Ash, when Ohio State won the championship in 2014, was a 65-70% 4-3 over cover 4 defense. Jeff Hafley, 2019, was, hey, you know what? We're going, we discussed it earlier. We're cover 1 team with some 3-deep changeup, but this is what we're going to hang our hat on. I think one potential challenge right now is figuring out what we're going to be. Are we going to be a zone team? Are we going to be a man team? Are we a zone blitz team? Are we a man pressure team? What really is that identity that they're going to hang their hat on? Do they need to go, warp speed in the direction of, hey, we got to be a multiple pressure team, to try and create some of these tackles for losses and create these sacks? Are we going to have to be more multiple in our coverage? Are we going to have to simplify the coverage because we're bringing more pressure? Are we going to have to be able to, accept, giving up some big plays, but we're going to take the trade-off of, we're going to generate more negative plays to offset that? Or are we going to decide, hey, you know what? We're going to be ultra conservative and, we're going to go full tilt the other direction and be bend but don't break. But, I think that's one thing that you potentially need to consider in this bye week of, hey, what are we really going to hang our hat on throughout the rest of this season?
Ohio State losing at least 2 more games. If you count the playoffs, I guess it's possible. If you're giving me Ohio State over under 1.5 losses the rest of the regular season, and you want to put some money on that, I will gladly oblige you on that and take the under 1.5 regular season losses. But it feels like we're too far into the Jim Knowles regime to be having these questions, though, aren't we?
That's a great question, and I was actually trying to think of that. I was actually thinking that same thing, but I think part of that is, recruiting and that's not really my area of expertise, but really getting your system put in place. You look, first year in 2022, I think he was making the best of what he had. And I think 2023, last season, was the first, if you want to call it this, the first year of what his system was going to be at Ohio State. And I think this is year 2. I would call this year 2 of the Jim Knowles system at what it's going to be at Ohio State. Now, again, I don't want to come across as I'm necessarily defending him, but trying to at least come up with some potential explanation of why we're seeing what we're seeing. But at the end of the day, you still want to have, at this point, especially with as many veteran guys, again, it sounds like I'm, taking both sides of the fence here, if you will, that with the veterans they had coming back, you knew what you had coming back. You should have known what this defense was capable of and what your identity should have been. So again, I did think, to my point earlier, this is something they definitely got to figure out. What do we think we were going to be at this point in the year, and who are we really defensively, and adjust and adapt from there.
Yeah, I just want to. I want to see something that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to be up 10 points in the fourth quarter against Georgia, knowing that Georgia could drive 10 plays, 80 yards, 5 minutes for a touchdown, and you still win that game. And the one thing you can't do is give up the quick score, and you're in cover 0 and you give up the quick score. I want to understand why you're in cover 0 tonight at the end of the first half in a situation, in a 3rd and long, where you're just trying to force a punt and get into halftime with a lead, and you go cover 0. You don't bring extra pressure to go with the cover 0. So you leave your corner on an island, but you don't bring any extra pressure to help your corners, and they beat you deep for a touchdown. It just make it make sense. That's all. Like, he should be able to talk through some of these things and make it make sense. There's no way you can make that make sense. There's no way you can make 90 seconds to go in the first half, up 6, 3rd and long, cover 0, but no extra pressure. That doesn't, you can't make that make sense. Or can you?
I could try my best to, for the sake of conversation. I think they were potentially, I guess one thing to think about is, if I recall the play correctly, it was a, kind of everyone walked up on line of scrimmage and they actually dropped some underneath guys out. So trying to show some pressure, bail some guys out, I guess potentially trying to bait Oregon's quarterback Gabriel into throwing some sort of check down. I remember one particular play, and I can't remember the sequence of events, where they dropped the nose tackle out and got in the way of a tight end check down. That was an incompletion. So potentially they're thinking they would get that again. Yeah, Ty Hamilton made that play, dropped the nose tackle out, and had him covering a tight end successfully. So potentially in that circumstance, maybe that's what they thought they were going to get again. They didn't anticipate the deep shot being even an option. But again, at the end of the day, you're trying to, to your point, you're protecting a lead, 6-point lead. Let's get the half. Even if you force the offense to settle for a field goal, like we discussed earlier, it's a different swing coming out of halftime. And, again, in a 1-point game, those are things you got to go back and try and sort through.
We mentioned this earlier, but I maybe want to go back to this because we didn't spend a lot of time on it. I think there's going to be a rematch. I thought there was going to be a rematch no matter who won this game. That was just my opinion heading in, that this was going to be part 1 of at least a 2-part fight. Let's assume they do see each other again. This just feels to me like, and I know Oregon's not halfway, the entire way across the country, but this just feels to me like we are seeing the beginning of like a possible northern Georgia, Alabama thing, where you can almost expect, especially now with the 12-teamer, you can almost expect to see them again, or if they're not on your schedule, you're still going to have to beat them at some point. That tonight felt, win or lose for Ohio State, felt like the beginning of something like that to me. Just watching these two teams. Again, I don't think either team thinks they played perfectly tonight, but both teams probably walk away feeling like they should have won the game, and the losing team was going to be super upset. It was back and forth. Never more than what was the biggest lead? Was it 6 or 7? I don't think it ever got. It was like 6 or 7. It was never like a 14-point game. It was just trading scores. Do you get that sense? Because I do. You have two young head coaches here. Like, both of these guys are young in coaching terms. Both guys are recruiting really well. This just feels to me like, again, I've said it all week, it's not hard for me to see a universe where if Ohio State wants to win a national championship, every year they're going to have to beat Oregon to do that at some point.
Yeah, to your point of the Georgia-Alabama comparison here, especially over the last 5-6 years, it seems like it's not our rival, but it's not the rival game, but it's turning into the team you got to beat if you want to win at all type scenario. And I can definitely see where everyone's coming through. I know Tom mentioned it as well earlier, that this definitely seems like it's a start of something new and exciting for Big Ten football, where this is a big game for both teams. That if both teams want to make a run, they got to go through their conference. The other big team in their conference. So this could be potentially something new. And it could start, like we keep talking about, this could be round 1 of 3 just this season with this new college football format. So again, it's definitely something new that Big Ten Ohio State football fans could potentially be seeing, every year now, to your point.
I know one thing I think both teams will agree on. I think both teams are cool playing again in the Big Ten championship. I don't think either one of these teams wants to play the other one a third time. I just, like, if you're Oregon and you're 2-0, you got to beat Ohio State 3 times to win a national. That seems difficult. And if you're Ohio State and you get your revenge, it's like, okay, we got our revenge. Let's play somebody different. Let's not have to do this a third time. Let's not have to beat them twice in like a month. Like, I think that's probably one thing everyone in those locker rooms agrees on. It's like, the rematch will be cool. Maybe not. Maybe part 3 can wait until next year. But this was a great game. This was objectively a great game. Taking any fandoms out of it for anybody out there, I think if you just watch as a football watcher, phenomenal game, exciting, not perfect, sloppy. There were some weird things. The first half was really weird, but weird was exciting, I thought, tonight. It was a great game. And I just, again, I think from the Ohio State angle, it's simply a matter of these defensive issues and these end of game management situations have to improve. And again, I've already said, I think the defense is at least 80-20 tonight on the blame game, but Ryan Day, let's not, let's get in the offense a minute. Ryan Day gave up play calling because he wanted to be more present, especially on game days, obviously in practice and everything else too, but on game days to improve game management, to make sure he was on top of things. They were not on top of that 2-minute drill. And again, some of that was Howard falls down before he's able to throw the ball away on the first play of the drive. The craziness at the end to try and run. I don't know how he thought that was going to happen in 6 seconds and they were going to get a timeout. It would have had to happen in 5. But you also have a situation where you've given up play calling to make sure you're on top of these things. And the 15 seconds off the clock or whatever it was, just inexcusable. More inexcusable now than even it would have been a year ago because of the headset communication. Am I wrong about that? I mean, I just think the headset communication made that even worse coming off the penalty, not realizing the clock was starting.
No, that's definitely something you would have as Ohio State fan, would have hoped if anything, would have remedied itself in a situation when it came about. It would have been the game management situation there at the end of the ball game, and being able on top of that, because really, as the head ball coach right there in that 2-minute drill, you're the one running the clock for the offense. And you don't have to worry about calling a play. He doesn't have to call sheet out. What's his next call going to be? He's got his man in the booth taking care of all that. You really got to be hugged up to the ref and stand on top of those situations and making sure that what happened into this ball game doesn't happen. So you're exactly right, and that's definitely something that you would have liked not to have seen happen, given the past few years with Ohio State football and Coach Day finally this year turning over play calling duties. You would have liked to have seen this be the game, or this the first time it manifested itself, that opportunity to really show, hey, I'm all on top of this, for him to be able to come through there at the end. I'll contrast that with something I saw pop up on social media that's making its rounds already. Coach Lanning in Oregon pulled a Mike Vrabel and had too many men on the field, which if you're wondering why he would do that in that circumstance, well, I remember an old playbook. I can't remember. I think it may have been Buddy Ryan's from way back when, I read somewhere over the years. And he had a section in his playbook about, like, hey, you put 15 guys on the field and sneak them on there, and just to make sure you don't give up a game-breaking play. And if you get caught, whatever, you just give up the 5 yards, and now you get the clock run off. So that was actually really brilliant clock management. Obviously, doesn't make it Ohio State fans feel any better, but that was, contrast that with Coach Lanning making that smart move there there at the end of the ball game. So again, you like to see Coach Day definitely turn that around here down the home stretch.
There's so many things I go back to on that drive. There's Howard falling at the beginning, big time killer. There was a short completion around midfield where the urgency wasn't there. And I think almost 20 seconds ran off the clock after, a relatively short gain. It wasn't like they picked up 20 yards and were trying to get up there. It was a pretty short gain. They didn't seem to have urgency there. But I think that the two things that stick with me the most are what we just kind of rehashed, which were the time running off the clock after the offensive PI, and between a 23-year-old quarterback with a billion starts under his belt and a long time now head coach. He's not a rookie head coach anymore, not being present enough to realize they had to immediately get up on the football. But the other thing was they essentially they took the time out with them to the locker room at the end of the game. You cannot have any timeouts left when the game ends. And again, I don't know what Howard was thinking there at the end, other than I just don't know what he was thinking. I don't know what he's thinking. The minute he pulled it down, I think everyone that was watching knew he wasn't. That was the game. I think the minute he tucked it, I think everybody watching that game, if they're being honest with themselves, knew, that's not the right thing to do. This game's over. But that's how it went. And so it was fascinating to me also on that play, which we talked about earlier, is that there was no middle of the field option. I don't think definitely on the last play, but I don't think on the play before, like, they were so obsessed with the sidelines there. It was almost like they didn't know they had a timeout. Now they did. Clearly they knew they had a timeout because they tried to call one at the end of the game and it was too late, but there was no check down safety valve in the middle of the field on either of those last few plays. You had the middle of the field, a quick safety valve or a quick check down on that last play. You can get that. You can do that in 5 seconds. You can't run around and scan the field and then pull it down and then continue to run in 5 seconds. But you could have done a quick check down in 5 seconds as long as the player is kind of told, hey, before the play, hey, no yak. As soon as you catch the ball, you got to drop down. But it's just crazy to me that there was no safety valve in the middle of the field down the stretch, and that they took that timeout to the locker room with them at the end of the game. I can't get past that.
This is not going to help. This is not going to make our viewers feel any better. But I went back and had the opportunity to watch that last play of the game, and not only did they have someone breaking free across the middle, it was Jeremiah Smith. And if Howard sees him, he probably runs in for a touchdown. So it's not going to be any better when you go back and get an opportunity to rewatch it, if I saw it correctly. But, Oregon had pressure on Howard. He saw the pressure flash across his face, so he took off running. Again, we're obviously sitting here nitpicking here and there, but, given the circumstances and seeing that pressure, he come flying by his face, I can understand why Howard took off. Hey, I got to try and do something instead of just take a sack and then the game really is over. So he tried to do something. But again, no, they did have Jeremiah Smith on the backside of that, breaking free across the middle. And if the protection were held up a little bit better, Howard, Howard's probably able to,
that's what, 20 yards downfield. I mean, it wasn't like a check down.
To your point, it was not like a check down running back out of the backfield, but they did have.
It was deep down, and it's like, does Will Howard even throw that ball? Is there enough? I mean, if you throw that ball, you better score, because it's game. If you throw that ball and someone tackles him at the 5, people are gonna be like, "What the hell did you just do?" I don't know. I mean, if he throws that thing away, I don't know what the percentages are that Jaden Fielding hits like a 55-yard field goal. It's probably not very high, but I know that it's a higher percentage than them scoring with zeros on the clock. So you at least give yourself that chance, but there's nothing that can be done about it now, right? I mean, it happened, and they're gonna have to live with the result. Stack Jr., Mark, why are you not putting any of it on Day? I guess I'm not watching or listening to the same show you're listening to. I literally just went on a rant about Ryan Day giving up play calling to better manage the end of game situations, and then they lose in part because they botched a 2-minute drill, and that Ryan Day and Will Howard being on the same line of communication, that with the headset communication, that there was no excuse for it not to be relayed to Will Howard that the clock's going to start. So I don't know what you're watching or listening to that I've not put any of this on Ryan Day. I clearly have. I just I'm not going to go that far. Ryan Day is a fraud. Jonathan Davis, who seems to only be here to troll. I don't know. The list of coaches out there that Ohio State could upgrade with is a very short list, and it's probably not a list of people that are particularly willing to move on from where they're at right now. So I'm not super convinced that that's a thing, but we'll see. This will be a big 6-7 game stretch here now. You got to beat Penn State on the road. You got to, Nebraska is going to be their Super Bowl. They're much improved. You should win that game at home, obviously, but they're not going to give it to you. You got to slay the Michigan Dragon, which doesn't seem like much of a dragon this year, but it's still the Michigan game. We've seen stranger things happen in that rivalry. Again, I just think I think the weird thing is just the way that they are losing games just seems to be the same way each time. It just manifests itself in slightly different ways, but you go back and it's kind of the root problem. But it's a big 2 months. I mean, the beauty of the 12-team playoff, though, is you can have this type of game that you feel was in your grasp. You didn't win it, and your season isn't shattered because you're still one of the 4 or 5 best teams. I don't know how anyone watched tonight and doesn't think those are 2 of the 4 or 5 best teams in the country. So, everything's still there for you. So this is still a highly motivated team. Again, I liked that I saw the anger after the game. It wasn't like, oh, it wasn't mopey from Will Howard. It wasn't like, oh, the season's over. This is so horrible. I can't believe this happened to it. It was very much anger of like, yeah, we didn't make all the plays that were there to be made. And so you go back to practice, maybe a little more angry than you were before. Hopefully the coaches sort of have some soul searching that they do, because I can't put this all on the players tonight at all. I thought there were just from the offensive standpoint, some game management stuff, obviously, especially toward the end of the game, that was just really inexcusable. And I thought the defense was bad. And I thought a lot of it was, again, lack of situational awareness. But hey, we'll see. Devin, do you have some, we've talked so much about why they lost and how they lost, and this shouldn't have happened and that shouldn't have happened. Why don't they do this differently? Were there any things tonight that, despite the loss, you're like, okay, I can work with that, moving forward? Are there some things you took away from tonight that maybe, we're on the positive end of, like, projecting this team out the next 6-7 weeks?
No, I think the big thing you look at is just flip to the other side of the ball. Went into Oregon and put up 30, played well enough to win, took care of the football, ran the ball well, worked the ball around the passing game really well. Had a situation there at the end of the ball game, had to move the ball, well enough down the field to potentially get the win there at the end. No, I think that there's a lot of stuff to build on offensively. In particular, I think you got to sort out, again, like I mentioned before, what you're going to be on defense at this point. But no, I'm definitely not in the hope is lost camp by any stretch of the imagination. Especially liked what I saw from the run game from Ohio State today, and then being patient in the pass game as well, not being greedy, taking what Oregon was giving them, and then watching it open itself up as the game progressed. I saw the stat line there at halftime where Jeremiah Smith had like one catch for 10 yards or whatever it was the first half, and then exploded in the second half, for example. Obviously, Emeka Mbuka is having a phenomenal senior season campaign. So again, just keep that going. Again, this was a game that was number 2 versus number 3, and it was a 1-point game. Obviously, there's still things to clean up, but hope was definitely not lost by any stretch of imagination.
Yeah, and I think there were some things on offense, even that there were a couple of plays there, especially in the second half, that I thought the offense played, for the most part, very, very well, like almost as well as could have been expected. But I think there were just like 2 things. You have the Howard dropped snap, which killed a drive, or not killed a drive, but forced a punt. They also, I hate to beat this dead horse because of all the things that caused them to lose tonight. I feel like this is not at the very top of the list, but that short yardage situation where Trey Henderson bounced it, you just got to put your shoulder down and get that yard. I thought they left. Certainly that drive would have continued. Who knows? Maybe Howard throws an incomplete pass and that other drive doesn't continue if he doesn't drop the snap. But they definitely left a couple drives out there, I thought, by just little sloppy things. And those are things that I think will stick with you for a while. Like if Trey doesn't try and bounce that, a little happy feet there. If he just gets the shoulder down, gets the yard he needs to get instead of trying to get 6 yards, we only need 1. And if Will just catches that, maybe you sustain another drive because your defense wasn't helping you too much and you kind of needed to tonight. But yeah, I thought the offense played well. David is asking, he said, Mark, Devin, talk about the DB room chain. Why is Jermaine Matthews not playing when Igmanosin, Hancock, and Burke lay eggs? I will let Devin kind of take this one, but what I'll say is I thought Igmanosin actually played well tonight. He did have the pass interference, but that was actually negated by the I don't know if it was ineligible downfield or illegal formation or whatever. I thought Igmanosin actually played pretty well. I didn't see him as a big problem tonight. Hancock, I didn't think played one of his better games. And obviously Burke, like I said earlier, I think, unfortunately, Trey, unfortunately, I think Denzel left a couple million on the table tonight that he's only going to be able to recoup if they play Oregon, Alabama, Texas. Like I don't think he recoups this against Penn State. I don't think they have the weapons to like scare you the way some of these other teams do. Michigan obviously doesn't. So I think if anyone is probably hoping to see Oregon again, maybe it's Denzel Burke, because that was tough for his draft stock, as a projected first round pick. Devin, I'll let you kind of answer the question though first. Like, should they have gone to Jermaine Matthews tonight? Why wouldn't they? If you don't think they should have, why? Just kind of, answer David's question there on maybe why we didn't see enough of Jermaine Matthews tonight, given some of the issues in coverage.
I got two schools of thought to think about in response. One school of thought is the obvious one that I think we're looking for here as fans is just get him out, put someone else in, get him out. Someone else has got to be better. That's kind of the easy answer. Tom and Tony talked about this. This could be one of those things. I think Tom was on a hockey analogy kick, talking about, if you have a really good goalie who just has a really bad start, you get him out, settle him down. Hey, you know what? Come over here. Just sit down. Just decompress for a minute. We're going to come back to you, but we've got to hit the restart button. It's another potential way to look at it. Hey, look, you're still a really good ball player. You're the best we got, but something ain't working right here. Let's get over here and let's get this thing figured out. Give me a minute just to breathe. Another potential school of thought is, you know what? Hey, these are our starters. We're going to ride with them. We got confidence in them. They're started for a reason, and we're going to ride with you all the way through the game. So I'm not saying one's worse than the other, which way you potentially want to go, but those are just a couple different ways to look at it, of why you don't necessarily pull a starter out the game in that circumstance that we saw tonight. But that is a great question. That's going to be something that's talked about. It's already popped up on social media, and it's going to be talked about here definitely until next time they have an opportunity for a ball game. Because like you said, I'm sure talking about motivation, no one's going to be more motivated to put a better product on the field than number 10. Because again, he is a good ball player. He's one of the guys that could have went pro last year, obviously. But again, that is a great question, and I'm not saying what's right or wrong, but there's just different schools of thoughts out there about what potential way you can go in those circumstances.
I will see the hockey analogy and raise you a baseball analogy. I thought it was very similar to, you've got your stud starting pitcher in the game, and he puts a couple of guys on base in a high leverage situation. And do you let him try and get out of the jam into the inning, or do you bring in your closer or your bullpen guy? But yeah, that's what it felt like to me. I don't think here's where I don't think the answer is. I don't think the answer is to bench him for the rest of the game. That I don't think is the answer. But I do think there is something to pulling him out for a series and telling him when he comes out of the game, like, hey, we're going to put you back in. We are not benching you, but you need to take a breather. Maybe look at the iPad for a minute. Maybe just like get yourself together, get kind of your bearings here. Jermaine's ready to go. You're going to put him in for a series, see how that goes. Stay ready. You're going back in. I think that might have had some value there. But I agree it's a thin line between letting a veteran good player play through it and understanding like, well, we got to kind of do what's best for the team. So I understand it's not up to me a black and white issue. It is a nuanced kind of thing. But I think I would not have had a problem with them pulling him out and immediately, like Tim Walton saying, hey, you're going to go back in. This isn't like a benching indefinitely, but you got to calm down. Let's talk about what we're seeing out there, what's happening out there, why this is happening. Take a minute to coach him up a little bit. Let Jermaine see if he can change things. But it's not an easy, it's got to be the toughest spot you can put a coach in when your best players are playing really bad. That's got to be about the worst spot you put a coach in, because it's one thing it's one thing to talk about like schematics and, should Knowles be doing this or should Knowles be doing that, or should Ryan Day or Chip Kelly be doing this or that? It's another thing of like, hey, one of your studs is playing terribly. What do you do? Like that's not a situation I think most coaches have just a stock answer to. I think it's a pure like feel play to me.
And that's exactly right. And speaking from experience, no, it is not a fun thing you're trying to sort out during the game by any stretch of imagination. But I want to take a step way back. And we're seeing it up front some, and even with the linebackers. I think given the corners and the play of, in this particular case, they bring up the third corner Matthews Jr. in the freshman campaign he had. One of the things I'd mentioned, start of the year, I'd like to have seen was a rotation of the corners like they've used in year past. And, again, this is something, neither here nor there, but, if you already have a rotation of the top three corners, like Ohio State's done, a few years ago, when they had talented guys to do it, you potentially don't find yourself in these circumstances in the first place. Because again, you just have a built-in natural rotation of your corners going series by series. I think, and I can't remember what year it was anymore, but I think it was every two you're rotating through the three, and then I'm going to go out here and I'm actually going to defend Burke and say, look, here's the thing about playing corner position in football: you only get noticed in the extremes. And if Ohio State defense played 80 plays tonight, like 77 of them, he did his job. The problem is the 3 he doesn't are 3 big ones. So in terms of, plus or minuses, he may have very well graded out and having 77 plays where he did exactly what he was supposed to do to the best of his ability. But the nature of the position is the 3 that don't, everybody, they're nowhere to hide. Everybody sees it. And they have, obviously tonight had a big impact on the game. So I think it's also not, you got to make those plays. Big time players make big time plays in the big time games. But again, 80 plays and 75 of them, he could have played them perfectly. But again, unfortunately, those 3 plays he didn't were big time impact on the ball game.
Stephen Cherry, Mark, what's your opinion of Larry Johnson? That's nuanced as well. No, look, Larry is a really good recruiter, a really good teacher of the defensive line position. I know there's a lot out there about him and Knowles working together, if that's working, if it's not working. Do I think he and Knowles align philosophically, like in a way that's like perfect? No. I do think they're trying to mesh 2 different philosophies. And so to me, that's on Day. At some point, and I think they've kind of made their call on this. I think the jack position is, forget about it. I don't think we're going to see that. I don't think we're going to see it ever. But at some point, Day has to come in and be like, hey, this is how it's going to be. And really, if you're paying Jim Knowles to be your defensive coordinator and you're paying him what you're paying him, Jim Knowles should have full control of the defense. Now, do I think people are taking from a position of this is not a perfect marriage to everything that goes wrong on defense is because of this? No, I don't think so. And again, I talked about it earlier with the connectivity between the defensive front and the secondary. And Jim Knowles putting them in situations tonight where it's man across the board, but you're not bringing extra pressure to help your corners. Well, that has nothing to do with Larry Johnson. That's a Jim Knowles call. That is Jim Knowles' call to not bring extra pressure when you've got your corners in man-to-man situations on really one of the 2 or 3 fastest wide receiver cores in the country. To me, that's insane. But from a day-to-day operational standpoint, at practice, philosophically, as you build your defense, do I think it's a perfect marriage? No. So I think Larry Johnson is always a complicated topic because you run the risk of not recruiting the 5-star defensive lineman that Ohio State's been accustomed to recruiting. He's a huge part of that. But at the same time, I do agree that everybody on that staff, on the defensive side of the ball, and this works for offense too, but on the defensive side of the ball, there has to be alignment. There has to be alignment in beliefs. There has to be alignment in philosophy. There has to be alignment in execution, technique, everything. So it's a complex situation, in my opinion, right now. But again, I think it kind of has become a default excuse for, well, this is everything that happens bad on defense is because Larry Johnson and Jim Knowles aren't a perfect marriage. And it's like, well, are there things that cause that? Sure. Or are there things that happen because of that? Sure. But again, you're not in cover 0 up 10 against Georgia in the 4th quarter because Larry Johnson doesn't agree with Jim Knowles. Like, there has to be a level of accountability there for what defense you're in, because that has nothing to do with Larry Johnson and Jim Knowles being aligned. So there's some of that going on. Yes. There's also a need for better situational awareness from Knowles, in my opinion. But I saw another one. I'm not going to throw it up this right this second, but Caden McDonald needs to be starting. Well, Devin, why don't you hit that one first? Should Caden McDonald be starting? Because I think you like Caden McDonald. Well, I know Michael Pettit loves Caden McDonald. I think you like Caden McDonald a little bit too.
No, I think just big picture. I'm in the pro rotate early, often, and frequently camp, and if a player proves that he can play, that rotate. So I think if he's one of the guys that can be productive, definitely get him some reps. I go back to the U of M game last year, and they popped up a comparison of the snaps played between U of M starting defensive line and Ohio State's starting defensive line. It was something like Ohio State's front 4 plays 99 of 100 snaps or something to that effect. And, U of M starters and their backups, are splitting 55, 55, 45, starters to first off the bench guys rotating. And I think just due to the nature of the position up front, I would like to see a healthy, frequent, early, like I said, early, often rotation of guys going in and out of the game just to keep everybody fresh through the duration of the season. And, to back up a step, even throughout the ball game, so they're not worn down at the end of the ball game. And, I think this one particular player is one guy who can make a big impact. He's a big guy, in a position of big guys. That's, also an explosive big guy. It's, not their typical nose tackle they've had in years past. So to get him in there in combination with someone like a Williams, all of a sudden you've got like 650 pounds of human being combined there in the interior of the defensive line. So I think putting them together even in packages like that, was something they could explore going forward. So no, I'm like, just kind of sum it up. I'm team rotate up front all the way through, regardless who the guys are. First 8 guys I think should be playing just about the same amount of reps every game.
Yeah, so I'm like you in that I don't get too caught up in who's starting. So, if you tell me, well, should Caden McDonald start? I don't know that he has to, but he has to get a bigger share of the snaps, in my opinion. So whether that's, that's fine if he's coming off the bench, but his share count, his snap count needs to go up, his share of the snaps. I liked the rotations the first few weeks, thought they got away from it, especially against Iowa. Didn't see a lot of rotating early. Saw some rotating early today. Jackson was in early. Canoe, McDonald, Curry all got in early. It didn't feel I need to go back and, look at this. This is our instant reaction show. This isn't our rewatch the game and, have even more informed takes show. But it felt to me like that tailed off a little bit as we got into the third quarter. I understand the philosophy late in games of like riding with your best 11 or whoever you think you're best, but I would not get into the habit of letting the situation impact my rotation too much. They don't have a Chase Young. I think they have a lot of like Tyquan Lewis's and Jalen Holmes's, very good players, but like they don't have a Chase Young or a Nick Bosa. So to me, the gap between your ones and your twos up front is not such that you should be hyper concerned about situational, and that you should mostly be just making sure the percentage of snaps are where they need to be for each player. And I am with Devin on that. I would like to see the twos generate a larger percentage of the snaps. It may help the ones. It may help the ones in the fourth quarter of games when they're not really getting to the quarterback. It may help the ones. You may get more out of Jack and JT in the fourth quarter if you're continuing the rotation throughout the game. So, we'll see what they do with that. I think McDonald's a guy who pushes. Look, McDonald always flashes. Caden Curry always flashes. Like, those are the two. Like, yes, Kenyatta Jackson, sure. At working Edric Houston in, sure. But, like, McDonald and Curry are the two that seem to flash the most, given their somewhat limited snaps. Let's go. Let's throw this one up here. Chad Wood, they didn't blitz all night and let Dylan Gabriel pick them apart. I don't disagree. And we talked about this a lot, so I'm sorry. I'm sure there's a bunch of people who've been here the whole way, and God bless you at this point, because we've been live for almost 4 hours, but I'm sure there's other people who are just kind of rolling in from the bar or whatever and popping this up. But yeah, like the coordination, the connectivity, man-to-man coverage, but you're not bringing extra pressure. And then what I said to Devin earlier was, it was almost like you could remember the plays they blitzed. There were so few plays where they brought extra pressure that you could almost remember them, like each one, which is kind of staggering. But not only could you remember them, the other reason you could remember them is they worked. You brought Styles off the edge. It led to essentially led to a sack. Curry eventually corralled him. He might have gained a yard after running around for 5 seconds. But you disrupted their offense on that play. You disrupted their offense when you brought Caleb Downs on a blitz, and he stopped before the running back made a super smart play, knew he wasn't going to get there in time. It was a quick throw, sat back, almost had an interception, but was able to deflect the pass. That worked. And then the one time it didn't really work, but it was still, to me, when you go back and grade the film, was probably an effective play, was you brought Lathan Ransom, running back, did a good job sacrificing his body, stepped up in the hole. Lathan kind of blew him up a bit, staggered him back into Gabriel, who, if he were right-handed, might, because it was on his right side, if he was right-handed, probably would have impacted the throw more than it did. But since he was left-handed, he was able to get the throw off and made a good throw, made a good play. But you kind of just tip your cap to him on that. But I didn't see any reason to not, like, I didn't see any reason like, oh, they tried it a few times and they got burned. Like, I felt the opposite. I felt the few times he gave them some different things to think about, they were largely effective. Devin, what did you think about their blitzing tonight or lack thereof?
Well, I think it just goes back to overall theme of what's the identity, what's going to be the operating procedure of the defense. Are they going to be a pressure team? Are they going to be a coverage team, to pick two ends of the spectrum there? Again, to your point, I think when they did bring an off-ball, off-the-line pressure, it did have the ability to impact the play for the Ohio State defense in a positive way, where it created, Caleb Downs in particular, tip ball, Caden Curry put him on the ground for, minimal gain on the Sonny Styles blitz. So I think it's definitely something at this point, you don't have a dynamic pass rusher up front at this point. There's no Chase Young on the roster right now. So at that point, you've got to get more creative with how you're going to, again, get that quarterback moving around the pocket and generate some pressure. I think it's definitely something I need to look at going forward, to your point.
You guys are sick. It's almost 3 a.m. There's still a ton of you here. We'll probably shut this down here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, just because I think there's only so many times we can say certain things over in different ways. Eventually we've talked it out to the point of exhaustion, but so happy you guys have stayed with us here tonight on a tough night for you guys, just with the close loss. And I agree with something. Again, I'll put some more comments up. Doug Shepard, Tyleek didn't get enough rest. McDonald should come in for Tyleek. LJ is too hung up on 1 tech and 3 tech. Look, I agree. I just, not to beat the dead horse on that, but Devin's pro rotating. I'm pro rotating. And again, I think rotating more would not just benefit the twos and give them a chance to make plays. I think you would probably see more out of Tyleek and JT and Jack in the late fourth quarter of these games if they've played fewer snaps. I just feel that would be the case. So I think it would help everybody. I agree. I've kind of written about this the first few weeks when they were rotating. I said, boy, I hope this continues. History says it probably won't, and then it looked like it was going to. They did in Michigan State. They kind of got away from it at Iowa. It looked like they were in the first quarter tonight, and then again, second half, kind of got away from it. But yeah, I think they're deep enough, and I think they don't have the Chase Young, Nick Bosa on the one line to justify this big disparity in snaps between the ones and twos. Don W. I said before the game, somebody play ball control offense, keep the ball away from Oregon's offense and score points. I mean, nothing wrong with that. I can't argue with that. I thought they actually did a pretty good job of that. It wasn't necessarily your classic 4 or 5 yards in a cloud of dust. I thought they did it primarily with the short passing game. It was a lot of 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards in the passing game. They won the time of possession, which is actually kind of staggering because they won the time of possession despite losing the turnover battle by 1 and also having Oregon basically got 2 extra possessions. Oregon stole 2 possessions. Ohio State still won the time of possession. So I thought they effectively controlled the ball on offense. Was it your classic, we're going to hand the ball off 40 times for 200 yards and just, 2nd and 6, 3rd and 2, first down? Was it that methodical? No, but I thought via, the occasional run, the occasional 5-6 yard run, but a lot of short passing game. They were giving them those kind of 8-yard hitches, 8-yard outs to Smith and Ibuka and those little shallow cross. They were giving a lot of stuff in front of the sticks throughout the night. So I thought they were pretty effective with that. Devin, what did you think?
No, I'd agree with the comment. I think they did a really good job taking care of the ball on offense, playing ball control. They controlled it with the quick pass game, with the run game. Every possession, they didn't turn the ball over. they took care of the ball, and it ended with a score or a punt. I go back to Urban Meyer. Every possession ends with a kick, and Ohio State successfully did do that tonight on offense. I mean, sure, we talked about tonight. Howard falls, or Howard had to drop a snap, fall on it, and end up punting, or Trey Henderson tries to pop one out, hit a big play. But yeah, sure, obviously you don't want those to happen, but they took care of the ball. Those possessions ended in a punt. They still were phenomenal in the red zone. We talked about that earlier. They still went in there and scored whatever it was, 32 points or whatever the final ended up being. So no, I don't think there's obviously things you can still improve on offense, but big picture, I think the offense did as well as you could have asked them to do tonight in this ball game.
We got a super chat from Tim Weinbrenner. Thank you so much. Oregon fan. Okay, we'll allow it. Ask the others if it's as weird to you that Oregon is in the Big Ten as it is for me. OSU just played a West Coast Conference game.
Yep.
Devin,
yeah.
you can go first on that.
100%. Yeah. That it's still, I guess you just say just weird, kind of like Tim said that here we are talking about the big Oregon conference game, and are going to play again in the conference championship. So to me, the whole thing's just weird. This college football is just weird to me at this point. 12-team playoff, conference championship of, best two teams in the conference, no divisions, Big Ten West Coast game. So yeah, no, that's a great way to put it. The whole thing's, you're not alone on that one. That's definitely a whole new era of college football we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, it was definitely an adjustment for me. Like I kept saying, I kept catching myself during the week. I kept saying in my head before I was taking it to print or whatever, I'd say something like, man, this is the biggest non-conference game for Ohio State since when? I'm like, wait a minute, it's not a non-conference game. It's a non-Michigan game. So I kept having to change it from non-conference to biggest non-Michigan game since when or whatever. And so yes, it's continually, I have to retrain my brain that this is a league game. That being said, from a cultural thing, like Oregon's got a very, very rabid fan base. Their stadium's really loud. It's a really tough place to play. They really get behind their team. Saturday games at Outson Stadium are a big event for the community. So there are some similarities to the Big Ten programs. They're not, UCLA fan. Hopefully no UCLA fans are on here. They'll probably hear this from me at some point anyway. So might as well rip the Band-Aid off. It's not like UCLA for me, where it's the first time Ohio State goes and plays a Big Ten game in the Rose Bowl in front of 30,000 people, and 20,000 of them are Ohio State fans, and there's UCLA, a couple of UCLA students and parents there, is going to be this is not Big Ten football. So I do think in many ways, Oregon's inclusion in the expansion is less weird than what I would consider more fair weather fan bases, even like USC, which it's not uncommon to play in front of a half-empty Coliseum. Now, when Ohio State goes out there, it'll probably be a bigger event, but those types of atmospheres are kind of foreign to the Big Ten at the majority of the schools. So in terms of love of sports, love of football, passion, I do think Oregon has some things culturally that do fit with the league. But yes, it's very weird to be calling this a league game still, and it's going to take some getting used to. Another super chat. Thank you. Dustin Croft. Why do Buckeye fans act surprised about this defensive performance? Did you not see Marshall wide receivers get open all the time? Have you not seen the defensive line never get a rush? Devin.
Well, since we're asking why do Buckeye fans act surprised, because they're Ohio State Buckeye fans, and that's what Ohio State Buckeye fans do, I think would be my answer to this question. That doesn't matter what the game is. That's what Ohio State fans do, is, that high expectations come for Ohio State, and regardless of past performance, you're still expected to play. Still want to see your team play at the highest level possible. So I think that would be my answer that question is regardless of what you've seen so far, you still want your ball club. And I guess I got to say truly, that's what makes fans really, not just Ohio State fans. You know, the fans isn't fan short for fanatic or fanatical or something like that. Not to bring an English lesson into a 3 a.m. football conversation, but no, you have high expectations for your ball club. That's what fans do.
Yeah, and I'll build off of that. 90% of the Ohio State fans right now that are like ripping this, like, this team stinks now. They're not going to win anything. They're not going to win the Big Ten. This isn't, you know, they'll get killed if they play whoever, Team X in the playoffs. By the time the rematch in Indianapolis rolls around, they're all going to be predicting Ohio State to win that game by 3 touchdowns. I saw that the best example, this happens without fail every year, but the very best example of this was the Georgia game a couple years ago. After they lost to Michigan, there were like 50% of the fan base was like, I don't even want to go to the playoffs. This team doesn't deserve to go to the playoffs. This team won't get in the playoffs. And if they do, they're just going to get crushed. And by the time game week rolled around, they were going to like whip Georgia's ass. So like, it's the natural cycle of things. They're going to be super, super down about this and be surprised that they didn't win. And slowly they'll snap. Well, you know, there'll be a transition of, okay, well that happened, but you know, next time they're going to do this better and they're going to do that. And it's part of being a fan. But you know, to the actual core of the question, I'm at the point that I need to kind of see it from a Jim Knowles defense in a big game to believe it. And I don't think I'm setting a high bar. Like I think there are fans who think, you know, everything that's not a shutout, or, you know, you give up a touchdown to a team from the MAC, or you know, a non, you know, Power 4 team, and it's like the end of the world. I'm not that guy. What I am is someone who thinks you should get more than one turnover in your last 12 quarters against Michigan. What I am is a guy who thinks you should get more than one turnover, or more than 0 punts in your last 2-second halves against Michigan. Someone who thinks you should occasionally get a fourth quarter punt in a game against Georgia or Oregon. Like, I don't think I'm asking for the moon here. I think, again, just occasionally forcing your opponent in a big game to punt in the second half is not too high of a standard, even in today's game of offenses dominating. I just, you know, so I understand your sentiment. But I legitimately thought there was some reason to believe, and I'm getting Dustin saying, you know, I was just saying the defense had holes the whole season if you really watch. And look, yeah, there were definitely some moments. Marshall, I think, is the biggest example of like that wasn't great. But they go out against Iowa and they shut down a great Iowa running game. They basically beat Iowa at their own game last week. Like, they whip them in the trenches on both sides of the ball. That, I think, gave a lot of people, and then you see what Iowa does to Washington today. And I think that gave people some optimism. And then you also watch what Oregon did at the beginning of the season, where they had some issues in the trenches on both sides of the ball. And I think there was some reason where you could have talked yourself into this, because I do think there was some evidence there, you know, to think that they could play a lot better defense than they played tonight. That's for sure. But you know, that's unfortunately not what happened. You know, I thought the defensive line, between the lack of pass rush, the lack of blitzing from Knowles, which contributed to the lack of a pass rush, but even more so was Oregon's ability, or just as much so, maybe not more so, but just as much so, was Oregon's ability to consistently get 4, 5, 6 yards on the ground. They did not do much with Oregon's run game in terms of getting stuffs, what they would call, you know, stuff rate. I'm sure is going to be terrible when they go back and do the film. You know, very few negative plays. Very few, even like 1 or 2 yard gains, just a lot of 4. It wasn't like they were getting gashed like 18 or 12 or 15. It was like 4, 5, 6. They ran a toss sweep on 3rd and 6 and got a first down. And it's like, you could have forced a punt there and got off the field. Just a lot of that, which I think is probably more agitating than maybe even the big plays, is just, 3rd and 6 and you give up a toss sweep for a first down. It's like, don't you want to see a toss sweep against you on 3rd and 6 versus like them trying to hit one of their fast, future first, second round pick receivers? You probably would want that, but you weren't able to make the play. It's 3 a.m. So, Cat's got to make an appearance on the show. Probably hungry, even though this cat eats more than anything I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, I agree. It just wasn't good up front. And it wasn't good up front in basically all ways. It wasn't like they did one thing well, but like couldn't generate a pass rush. Well, it was just like everything was just off tonight. We got any? Okay. Get out of here. They beat Doug Shepard. They beat Iowa because Iowa is one-dimensional on offense. Oregon has options on offense. No doubt it makes Oregon a tougher team to face. Devin, you can speak to that, Devin.
No, I think his comment's exactly right. I mean, again, they're a number 3 team in the country going into the ball game. The argument they're going to be number 1, definitely going to be number 2. That goes without saying. You got a dynamic quarterback who can make plays with his arm, did make plays with his arm, made plays with his legs. He's got dynamic wide receivers. That goes without saying, and I think, Mark said it best. You're not necessarily looking for, every game to be a shutout, although that would be nice, for sure. But you'd still like to see have that next ball game, where they take the defensive unit takes that next step and has the game where, they slam the door shut on a team like in Oregon tonight, where they have all the dynamic skill players, they have the dynamic quarterback, and maybe the team puts up some yards, but they have the defense creates 4 interceptions, for example, and creates 4 turnovers, or the quarterback for the big time team puts up a bunch of passing yards, but it's all for naught because they absolutely shut down the defense absolutely shuts down the running game of the opposition. So in the big games, that's definitely something that, to Mark's point, he's been talking about tonight, need to see that defense take the next step in the next big ball game of, this is going to be the game where we absolutely slam the door shut on a very formidable offense.
Yeah. So again, I think, look, I think there have been losses in the Ryan Day era that probably still stick with people to this day. The first Clemson game, the Georgia game, of course, any loss to Michigan. I do think this one will hurt less in a week or two than those games. I really do. But they've got to fix these things. And it's not like it's just something we discovered, like, oh, we thought this and now we know this and they've got to fix this. This is a there are patterns here of things that have continually cost them in these games. The margins are so slim in these games. There's such a slim margin, like 10 different plays tonight. If 5 of them go Ohio State's way that didn't, they win if one of 5 go Ohio State's way that didn't, Ohio State wins. If one of 5, if Ohio State kicks field goal, wins this game, Oregon's going to be saying the same thing. And if one of these 5 things would have happened, we would have won this game. So I think this will sting less come kickoff against Nebraska. Playoffs still there. Big Ten championship game still there. Everything's still there. But yeah, gotta fix these things. And gotta stop talking about fixing. Gotta like actually fix them. Like cannot have the same press conference again in 6 weeks after Penn State or after Michigan or after a return to the Big Ten championship game against Oregon or something like that. Cannot be having the same discussions on why the 2 or 3 point loss wasn't a 2 or 3 point win. It just that's the bottom line. That's the cliff notes of a 4-hour show. We are going to pull the ripcord. It's 3 a.m. here on the East Coast, or in the Midwest. I'm an East Coaster, but in the GOAT time zone of Eastern Standard Time. Again, we appreciate everyone who's stuck with us here. Our largest crowd of the season so far. Hopefully that continues for the next game they play against Nebraska. But thank everyone so much for doing this with us every Saturday night, and we appreciate you. Check us out at BuckeyeHuddle.com if you're not already over there. We'll have plenty of reaction from this game, plenty of coverage throughout the week, kind of going back over the game, looking ahead to what's next for the Buckeyes. And again, we hope to, if you're not already subscribed to the channel, if you're on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up, as that helps other Ohio State fans find us. But again, thank you for this marathon. We will do these marathons for the big games. We'll do this for Penn State. We'll do it for the team they play Thanksgiving weekend. We'll have a marathon for that one, win or lose. And of course, anything beyond that, we'll do a marathon as well. But again, thanks for staying up late with us. I got to get some sleep now because I got some other stuff to do on the site tomorrow for everyone. And I got more podcasting to do tomorrow and writing and everything else for the site. So appreciate everyone watching and listening. And we will see you again very soon. Thank you again.